It was 10 years ago when we tied the knot.
All right.
Thought
Live on
she
YouTube.
was the jackpot, the best thing I
You're
got.
watching this after the fact. That's Get Bored. Like
But now I'm here, just me and the breeze.
I'm gonna wait for folks to come in.
She's
here.
got the house, the
my
truck,
wires all
and
screwed up.
even my keys. My pal Shah warned me, said
got the guys in
get it
here
and go. Don't let love blind you, boy,
That
don't
might be a
be
little loud.
so. But I shook my head, laughed him away. Now look who's crying at the end of the day.
We got a new banger by Dan the Man.
Listen to Shah, he could see it so clear.
It's called Shoulda Listened to Shah.
Said get a dowry, son, while she's still here. But I gave her my all, now I'm left with regret. She rode off with everything, my heart's in debt.
We got two versions of
The
this, by the
dog
way.
won't even look me in the eye. She took him too when she said goodbye. Left me the lawn chair,
It's a beautiful song.
tattered and torn, and a fridge that hums like it's
Sorry,
cold
guys.
and forlorn.
The stream almost didn't happen tonight.
Shaw sitting
Internet went out in my whole neighborhood.
grin on his
So I'm really lucky that it's back
face.
now.
Love's a gamble, it's a high
Hopefully I'm
stakes
coming in
race.
loud and clear for all the folks.
He raised his glass, said you'll be alright. But next time, make sure you secure it tight. Now I'm strumming my heart.
Man, I love this song. I want to talk, but I can't stop listening to it. Shout out to Dan the Man, by the way. He's really giving us all the good music. Somebody asked for a country rock version. I think that was Anonymous. So I don't think he's here yet, but hey, if you're watching this after the fact, wish granted. Thank Dan the Man for that. Is that a fresh haircut? Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it is. I just got it yesterday. I had plans tonight, but unfortunately they had to be rescheduled till next month. But it was the right thing to do because there's like a sickness going around where I'm at, and I do not want a chance getting sick. So I more than happily rescheduled. Shout out to you, Mr. Pittman. Great to see you. Let me just catch up on the chat real quick. We got a long show. I'm gonna try to just real quick. Let me just get our wonderful jazz song on that we love so much. Okay. Hopefully it's not too loud. But yeah, we got a few things to talk about. It's Complicated Channel. Shout out to him. Maybe he'll be in here tonight. Sometimes he blesses us with his presence, though maybe we'll see. We'll be reacting to his video tonight, which honored us greatly. What is a dowry? What is a dowry? Just a tiny bit. So this is freaking cool right here, man. 32,000 views, 1.3 thousand likes. We got a huge conversation down here. So we're going to go through some of this. I even left a comment. He pinned it. And we're going to, I noticed some things in the comments that some people really had interesting things to say. There was some people dropping some gems in here. Some folks had some misconceptions. I'll try to clear those up. So yeah, that's going to be the main draw of the episode. Big shout out to It's Complicated Channel for helping us get this conversation, in front of people. So he is a big help here, and his questions are always fantastic. I think a lot of people had fun with it. Then after that, you guys remember Brett Fairley, the guy with the nightmare child support case out of Mississippi? He posted up a couple updates. I'm tempted to actually react to those first. Maybe we can get him out of the way. You know what? I'll make a poll for that. Start poll. Follow up on Brett Fairley. Nightmare child support. see. Before main, I'm just gonna call it the main event. Shout out to Coach for that. Yes, no. Also, we got Kanye West. Kanye West seems to be slowly remembering the dowry himself. We'll go and watch a clip from Kanye in which he kind of wishes he would have made different decisions in his marriage for reasons that are very much numerical. So that will be a good thing to go over. Then we're going to have the YouTube video. That's going to be the main draw here, okay? We got Brett Fairley. I only expected to go over through one part, but we got freaking 4 parts. That's the only reason I'm a little reluctant. Like, man, how much? He made a bunch of stuff, basically. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I think listen, the reason I want to go over this is because I think he actually was able to undo paternity. And I was looking at Mississippi law because I saw that he filed a paternity fraud case because that was in his last video. And I was looking at Mississippi law and I saw that there were some paternity fraud laws on the books. It would be nice to have that here in California and some other places. But I have to show that to you guys because we looked at the case. So I think going over the update's a smart idea. And then what we're going to do... where's my Kanye West? Oh, damn it. I'm going to have to bring that up. Then we're going to go after Kanye. You know, he's like right there. He almost remembers exactly what the dowry is. So we're going to go over Kanye, and then we'll get to the main deal. Here we go. Yeah. So we got Kanye right here. Says he should have had babies with Paris Hilton. Says he'd have a bunch of hotels. We're going to talk about that. And then we're going to get into the main show here, all right? So I got some other stuff, but, I mean, we're probably not going to need it. There's too much going on right now. All right, so let me just catch up on chat, and then let's get into the fun. Yo, Don DeMarco, man, shout out to you. Great to see you here. Appreciate you, man. Michael saying, hey, Michael, I watched your video with Paul Elam on the Substack. That was it was a fun listen. I appreciated that. So I can see why it maybe didn't make it to YouTube. I mean, it was a exciting conversation. Let's put it that way. So I enjoyed that. Mr. Pitt says, like the video. Yes, please hit the like button. Guys, we appreciate that. Sweet tunes. Man, Dan the Man came in. Mr. Pitt made Shah's Bold Endeavor here, the jazz version, but Dan the Man's come in with some new versions here, so that's really freaking cool. Yo, Male Space, hey man, great to see you, bro. Appreciate you. Is that a fresh haircut? Yes, sir. Got a haircut yesterday, and I got to go down to LA next week. So next week I won't be able to do a Saturday stream, unfortunately. And then 2 weeks after that, I'll be in San Francisco. So that's going to be kind of a tough one. And then also, you know, I'll be in Vegas for a little bit, you know, more to come on that. But May is going to be a strange month for the stream. So I'm probably going to have to move streams around to different days that we aren't used to. So I'm just putting out a fair warning out there. But yeah, I needed to get a haircut just so, you know, it lasts me throughout the month and I look decent. Don DeMarco says, saw this clip you're breaking down the other day and thought of you. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah. The Kanye one. It's going to be great. Michael says, dowry is only used for monogamous societies. Very much true. Yeah, dowry is associated with monogamous societies where there's very little divorce. Bride price for polygynous societies. Yeah, you wrote polygamous, but yeah, polygynous societies. Very much so. Bride wealth is a feature of that. You will hear me repeat this tonight. Got it. Yeah, please. Michael's saying we always appreciate your input in the chat. You drop gems in here, which I really like. Timmy Kramer says, hey, Timmy, got my golf in Thursday and shot 80. Good to be here for this wisdom. Heck yeah, man. Shout out to you, man. Going out golfing, doing stuff. That's what I want to hear. Peter Wright says 1 hour ago, Far From Eden channel, 54,000 subscribers, posted a new video titled Shocking Question. Should we bring back the dowry? Revealing answers from women. Yeah, I actually just saw that. That is freaking cool right there. So, you know, that's another, oh man, where is that? Let me try to find that video actually. That's one of the coolest things. You know, it's like this conversation seems to be getting out there a bit more. Here, I'll showcase it to you guys. Paul Elam was actually just interviewed on her channel. Look at this. Should women bring this to the table? And it says, should we bring back the dowry? Revealing answers from women. So looks like this is also a reaction to It's Complicated channel. That's one of the beautiful things about It's Complicated's work is he creates videos in a format that just makes everybody want to react to them. So that is the awesome thing. Man, we might even have to look at some of the comments in here. These look pretty good. These look pretty good. But you know, we're gonna be busy reacting to it ourselves today. I already watched this. I mean, there was no way I couldn't watch this as soon as I saw it. A video on the dowry. So yeah, I mean, if you're wondering how many times I've seen this, at least, you know, twice fully. I left a comment too. There's one comment by this guy, and he like really just breaks down. Like it's a long comment. And I think it's going to be worth actually going through the comment because he just put so much information in there. I just got to find him. But he freaking laid it down. This guy just came out of the woodworks and had some knowledge. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, we're going to do what we got to do with him. Thank you, Peter Wright, and I appreciate seeing you here. Inspired by whatever. Interesting. Okay, that's interesting. Well, I'll have to check out her video more. So, Klaus, man, glad you could make it, bro. If we don't got Klaus in here, man, we barely got a show going on. So, thank you, Klaus. Murder of Crows says, you're gonna need your shades. I know, this is gonna be a long one. I've got mixed reviews about the shades. About it. But, you know, it's important for the blue light. I'm not wearing these to look cool, I promise. It's not about the style. It's not about me trying to show how cool I am wearing sunglasses indoors. No, it's about protecting the eyes from the blue light completely. Yo, Arthur Dunn. Hey, what's up, Arthur, man? Great to see you. Another dowry pod. Yeah, this one's going to be full of dowry today. Brett Fairley is going to be a little child support, but I think we'll at least... Maybe we'll try to watch him quickly. I do want to get to the dowry stuff quicker. Peter Rice says the Far From Eden new video was inspired by It's Complicated. Okay, yeah. I saw that in the description. So, yeah, okay, not whatever, but It's Complicated. Got it. Smokey of Stormwind. Hey, cool username, man. You make me want to like play an RPG right now on my 27-inch Toshiba CRT. Just thought I'd throw that out there for the folks. Hello, all. Yo, Michael Sand with the donation. Thank you, sir. That is quite generous of you. I appreciate that. I'd play the other music for you, but I noticed that sound effect got me copyrighted on my last stream. Michael Sand says, forced monogamy creates egalitarian societies. That's an interesting question right there. That's an interesting statement, rather. Forced monogamy creates egalitarian societies. We'll contemplate that. Michael Sand says, yeah, Paul Elam said his channel could be taken down for terrorist threats. Well, I listened to the full conversation on the Substack, so if anyone's curious, check out Paul Elam's Substack and his conversation with Michael Sand, and they had a fun conversation about, you know, marriages in the Bible and things like that, and it was, Michael Sand had some things to say. Let's just put it that way. Male Space says, Michael, what shall we do for the sexual underclass created by polygamy? Oh, good question. That is where we're at right now. That's what we're trying to figure out. Trevor says, damn, totally forgot about the stream. What did I miss? Oh, no, dude, you made it just in time. Don't even trip. We got time. We got 20 folks in here. We're 15 minutes in. Oh, man, I might not even be able to get to all these comments. All credit to Shah for these developments. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Hey, it's all of us, man. It's a team effort. I'll do what I can. You know what I mean? You know, as you guys heard me in the last stream, this is one of the only times you'll see me be chivalrous about anything. Whatever we got to do, man. If I can get her to the Lord's castle and they can take better care of her, so be it. I mean, you know what I'm saying? But for the meantime, I mean, we're out here and there's nobody else that's trying to, you know, do that. Except for It's Complicated has stepped into the ring. He has stepped into the ring. So big shout out to him. Also, Paul Elam. Got to give credit for Paul Elam. Paul Elam has blessed us on this subject very much so. It's Complicated has come in with some heavy guns. Far From Eden. Not super familiar with their channel. I did see her discussion with Paul Elam, but hey, she's she's pretty big. So we got another person in here that's talking about it. Fantastic. Fan-freaking-tastic. I think Kanye West is getting in this. Don't know if that's going to help us or not, but he is. Was the dowry ever a part of Western society? Oh my God, was it ever a part of Western society? Smokey, my good sir, it is pretty much the defining characteristic of Western society. Yes, I mean, ancient Greece, proika, that's how they say dowry there. In ancient Rome, dos, ancient Rome, and then we go all through United Christendom with the dowry. And then even beyond that, they're still doing the dowry. Very much so. It was the thing. A dowry is how monogamy happens. If you find a sophisticated, stratified society with monogamy, you could bet that the dowry is there. Very much so. Very much so. Trevor says, oh, wait, it was 10 minutes ago. Thought stream started an hour. No, we're good. We're good. And the social pathologies caused by polygamy, enabled by the welfare state. Michael Sand says, in a polygynous society, it's all about families. You see this in the Bible. The families give the money to the young men to get married. Any man can marry if they have the cheese. I've been reading a book about marriage transactions in ancient Palestine, and it's going over a lot of the stuff in the, I believe, the Pentateuch. But in the Old Testament, and it talks a lot about the bride wealth situations there. And what we see historically, is it did start out that way, but as those societies, Israelites included, started to get more urbanized, it shifted to dowry after that. And polygyny then went away. And, we see this with early Christians too. Also, how does monogamy cause egalitarianism, and in what way? It's an interesting question. Sick aviators. Thank you, sir. I'm glad some of the folks like that. Melspace says, is that how it's done in West Africa, the most polygamous place on earth? Yeah. So in sub-Saharan Africa, bride wealth, formerly called bride price, but scholars changed it because bride price tends to say like you're buying someone for the higher bidder, like a concubine. That's not the case. Bride wealth is different. So they renamed it from bride price to bride wealth, just to put that out there so we can be correct on that. But in a lot of sub-Saharan, civilizations, and it was the same too with ancient, Hebrew Israelite or ancient Israelites and these kinds of things. And then a lot of that area. But what happened is then the plow came in, and the plow fundamentally changed society because it allowed this kind of explosion of agriculture, and you start getting stratification, and then it led to urbanization, and then from there you kind of see these things. Where sub-Saharan civilizations, they still didn't get the plow, and there's environmental reasons for that. I mean, the soil's different, the type of cattle there is different. The crops and different things kind of affected their ability maybe to develop that in the same way. So yeah, just to do that. Michael Sand says, monogamous societies allow women to file for divorce equally to men. Polygamous societies say women are acquired, purchased, and the authority of the father is passed to the groom. She can't divorce. I will say, from what I've read, it's a little... I see that divorce is more common in polygynous societies, and it's more rare in monogamy. But we can talk about that. We can talk about that. Smokey says, yes, dowry was in Europe. Very much so. Peter Wright, $10. Hey, thank you, sir. 10 Australian buckaroos right there. I appreciate that. So we're going to have a fun stream tonight. This is going to be fan-freaking-tastic. And I cannot wait to get into this. Thank you so much for the donation. That is very generous. That's all hard-earned money right there. Hard-earned money. Michael saying, with some more hard-earned money, enforced monogamous societies suck. I'm beginning to think Michael does not like monogamy. Just going to put that out there. Thank you so much, sir, for the $4.99. I really do appreciate that. Mr. Pitt says, I'm probably going to have to skip some of these. I'm sorry, guys. The sexual underclass created by polygamy and have AI girlfriends like John from Blade Runner. They won't be real, but they'll be perfect in all the ways that matter to the guys that pair up with them. It's going to be a brave new world, my good sir, a brave new world. Hi, Elena. Hey, welcome in here. Hi, Shah and everyone. Appreciate you being in here, Elena. I was just looking at some of the good Russian media that you sent over A Cruel Romance, fantastic. I was re-watching some Anna Karenina because I was looking for a scene in there. That would mean all of Europe sucked. Murder Crow, shout out to you. I think you're the other guy that I see in here that I haven't said shout out to. Shah, Gone with John used It's Complicated's VOD for his last stream and questioned if it was even worth it in the modern West. Okay, so I'm assuming that Gone with John also reacted to the Dowry video. I'll have to take a look at that too. I'm actually interested in watching everybody else's reactions to this video as well. Gone with John does a lot of reactions to It's Complicated stuff. Let's see. Oh, beautiful. He says not worth the dowry. Hey, listen, I'm not even mad. I'm not even mad at some of the guys, but I think maybe he just needs to hear what the dowry is or could possibly be, and then maybe he'll change his mind. How about that? All right, guys, I'm sorry for the other chats that I can't get into. Glad to see everybody is excited and active today. Hopefully everything's okay with the stream. If you guys notice anything weird, please let me know. Real quick, looks like the poll says 67% to start off with the Brett Fairley thing. So let's just go ahead and do that, get that out of the way, because I want you guys to know I think this guy is going to be successful in undoing paternity, and I think he said so as much. I've never seen it really undone like that, but from what I saw in this video is that he was able to track down who the dad was, and he was able to get a paternity fraud suit filed, which Mississippi, where he's at, does actually have some laws around that. So that's interesting. Let's hear what he has to say, and let's all learn something today.
Maria's best friend. But then she tries to ruin her. We thought Amanda was just Maria's best friend.
Oh my God, with the music. Okay, that kind of screws me. Damn. Whatever.
From the very beginning. It started whenever Amanda posted that Hadley lost custody of her kids. Completely false. And instead of fact-checking, she tagged Hadley
I'm going to try not to react to it too much just so we can play it and then talk about it and get it out of the way.
publicly like she's proud of it. Hadley responds kindly and just tells her the truth. Amanda lost it. That's when she started going off in the DMs. Hadley just doesn't respond. And then it gets worse. She starts posting our address online and threatening Hadley. She started sending Hadley her own address and threatening her to show up. And then she actually shows up to a gas station and tries to fight us.
Okay, basically this lady's really mad at him. I'm just going to give you the skinny from the way I hear it, or at least think I remember it. Well, we will watch the rest of it. But basically this lady's husband or boyfriend is actually going to be the dad of the kid, apparently. And I think she knows that, and she's trying to prevent the investigation.
Put a video.
And just when we thought it couldn't get any worse, that's when someone called their business.
Can we interest you in a fishing charter?
Let me say it again, tough guy.
Hey,
No,
bro.
say it
Where
again.
you at, man? Why don't you come find me, bro?
No, you come.
Some real Mississippi stuff right here.
Say it again. I know. Say it again. I just want to be clear. Say it again. So what did you call me again?
I called you what you know you are.
No.
Fucking porch.
Oh, wow.
Man,
And what
come
else?
on, man. Come on,
Yeah,
Brett.
where you at?
This is who we're dealing with. And it wasn't just Amanda and Hadley's DMs.
All right, well, I'm glad he censored that.
It was her
Sorry for
husband,
no warning on that.
Julian, and mine too. Threatening to fight me over a baby that wasn't even mine. She told Hadley that she was going to call the nursing board. She said that she was absolutely coming for her livelihood, and then bragged about making a TikTok just to expose Hadley's personal information. Hadley made one video, not to call anyone out, just to clear her name.
I'm ready to address this search bar that's been on all my videos.
I did not lose custody of any of my kids, and none of them have a disability.
Then Maria says this and sends Hadley a cease and desist, just for defending herself. She never said Amanda's name, not once. But Amanda told her, "I'm not going to stop, period, take the video down." At this point, we stopped seeing Amanda and Julian just as Maria's loyal friends, because it really didn't make sense anymore. Why were they this personally invested? Because we had the court-ordered DNA test back at this time. So why were they still going so hard over a lie? And just like we did with Maria's cousin Michelle, we went full FBI mode. We got quite the laugh out of these. And then we found this one. And that's when we realized that Julian and the guy that everybody's telling us is Maria's real baby daddy, they weren't just friends, they were business partners. We realized that when Maria got pregnant, that man was married with a baby at home, and in Mississippi, if your spouse can prove infidelity, they can take
Hey, shout out to Mississippi for that, by the way.
And in Mississippi, if your spouse...
I mean, he probably knows what he's talking about, but it's like if your spouse can prove that, you know, they were cheating on, so maybe there's still remnants of at-fault divorce in Mississippi. Mississippi is looking real good today.
Can prove infidelity, they can take everything. The house, the kids, and the business.
So basically, the kid that he's not actually the father of, that he's currently paying child support for, is that woman's husband seems to be the father. And then so not only will that create an issue here, but that'll really make this marriage go wrong.
So if that ever came out, it wouldn't just be that guy's life falling apart. It would also be Julian and Amanda's too. So that's why they came after us. Not because...
So maybe I got it a little bit mixed up, but the actual guy, maybe he's not married to that woman, but they're in cahoots somehow with business.
Because we lied. Because they always knew the truth. They weren't just defending a lie. They helped build it. And they've been trying to protect it ever since. And the deeper we dug, the more we realized this isn't even the whole story. Not even close.
Okay, so let's check this
Maria,
one.
I hope you're listening. I'm about to bury every single lie you've ever told. Let's start with the first one. You told everyone I was the only possible dad, that we were trying for a baby and that you were so sure. But the second I file a paternity fraud lawsuit...
There we go. See, there it is. So he's actually filed the lawsuit, which is really freaking cool. That's when I started looking up some Mississippi law, and they actually have stuff on the books over there to be able to file and at least get the court to look at it, which is good. California, unfortunately, has a lot of time limits.
You're going straight to the real dad. You're talking to him, you're planning play dates. Yet you're still telling everyone the whole entire time that I'm the only possible father and calling me a liar.
Is still the father of my child, and that, again, we were trying for several months to have a baby.
You want to know who told me all about that? Your former best friend.
Man, that's so crazy. The best friend snitched her out, but what do you expect? No honor amongst thieves.
The same one you testified against in court. Remember her? And why would you do that? Is it because she started dating a man named Brian Dale? You know, the one who actually got you pregnant. But this isn't new for you. When a woman doesn't do what you want, you go for what hurts her the most. Her kids. You did it to your best friend, and then you tried to do it to Hadley. You were commenting on her ex's page, liking photos of her kids. You didn't know anything about this man, and you're circling like a vulture. Because for you, kids aren't people, they're pawns. And every time that I get closer to the truth, you rewrite your entire story. I said we never dated, and you post old photos and change the date to try and make it look like we were together. Maria, explain how we're wearing the exact same outfit in both your December and July photos. And who wears a leather jacket and jeans when it's 86 degrees out? I said...
Man, this guy really did the research. Also, people could get really creepy, you know, when they start scheming on you.
I wasn't the dad, and you accused Hadley and I of tampering with the DNA test.
Her DNA?
So I asked for a court order test. Ooh, now you're hitting me with a gag order to shut me up. And when I spoke anyway, all of a sudden, the story changes again. And now, it's the real dad told me he could never have kids. So then...
Wow, so the dude that's actually the father's trying to say he's sterile.
Pointed out that he had a wife.
I just want you guys to see, you know, because first I want to show you guys if he's actually successful undoing this, but I just want you guys to see how much BS comes with this. I'm sure most of you guys already know.
And a newborn at home. So...
And this guy, like, by a miracle, is able to at least have the luxury of knowing who the person was or being able to find out this information. Because if she would have kept lying or nobody else would have told him or that friend of hers wouldn't have gave him the info, he'd be screwed still.
Story changes again. Now it's, he told me he had a vasectomy. But if you really believe that, explain this. When your former best friend got pregnant by him, 2 years.
Look at the guy.
Friend got pregnant.
He's just having a good time out here. He's got the long hair thing going. Oh, man. Oh, Ho's really mad. Yeah, they are. Man, this guy should sell the film rights of this saga Oh yeah. Oh man, this one is crazy. People would watch that. He'd recover more money than he's in for. That's a great point.
By him. 2 years after your child was born, why didn't you say anything to me then? That didn't set off any alarm bells. Why wouldn't you come clean then? At least let me know you had some doubts. Because you already knew the truth. And Maria, here's what you don't know. I haven't been speculating about you knowing the truth. I've known for 6 months that you asked him to be a sperm donor. Huh.
Wow.
That's strange. The man that you're now claiming told you he was sterile. You asked him to get you pregnant on purpose. Maria, why would you ask a man with a vasectomy to be a sperm donor? You knew exactly who the father was from day one. And you don't just lie, Maria. You recruit people to lie for you too. And
I hope this guy's case gets so big and that more states adopt paternity fraud laws, or at least something that specifically discusses this or lets somebody undo their paternity. It still seems tough in Mississippi. Like it really is on you to prove everything, but this guy really went and did the research to do that.
Turn on anyone who threatens your latest version of the story. And when that stops working, you destroy lives to stay in control. You didn't win in court, except for one thing. You managed to silence me for 6 months, and I'm not staying silent anymore. And if speaking the truth puts me in jail, so be it. This morning, Hadley and I walked into the courthouse and filed criminal charges against the people you sent to threaten us. You wanted to scare us into backing down, and all you did was prove that we were right to speak up. I spent years keeping the peace. Not anymore.
Beautiful. All right, let's just get these other two. Sorry to be in a hurry. I just figure, I know this thing's kind of long, so I don't want to belabor this, but I do want to hear about the paternity stuff. So 2 more, and then we'll get moving on there. Elena says, yep, I hope it gets publicity too. More men need to hear this. Absolutely.
But I am telling you right now, that motherfucker back there is not real.
Maria's mom is now saying, I'm an alien. Anyways, this entire...
Sorry, guys. I don't actually watch a lot of TikToks. TikTok is kind of not the place for me.
The web starts with 3 people. Me, Maria, and Brian Dale. Brian Dale, married at the time. Maria, sleeping with him anyways. And then...
Okay, Brian Dale.
Here's what people aren't understanding. Maria asked us both to get her pregnant. Sperm donors. Both of us. But she told me that I was the only one. And that wasn't true. Obviously.
Now, the question is, well, why would she tell him that he was the only one? My guess is that this guy was probably a lot better economically than the other guy. My guess. I don't know. We'll see. Because I think the other guy does have a business, but that is a question that needs to be answered here.
In June 2021, and during that window when she conceived, I wasn't even around. Brian seemed to be. So the question is, did he know the truth the entire time and keep quiet? Or did she lie to him too? And that's how this starts. One lie that turned into a full-blown web. Amanda's next, Maria's best friend for years. Her husband Julian was connected to Brian, Maria's actual baby daddy, right around the time she got pregnant. We know that at a minimum, Brian sold Julian, Amanda's husband, a boat. We think that they were friends, and we know that their connection overlapped the same time frame that Maria's hiding who got her pregnant. And we think they kept Maria's secret, maybe Brian's too. But it didn't stop at silence and secret keeping, because once we started speaking out, they really turned on us. Amanda began harassing Hadley online, Julian was threatening me directly, and it escalated to a point where we've now pressed criminal charges against both of them. Maria's former best friend is next. They were really close until she started dating Brian. And just like that, Maria...
This Brian guy's out there having too much fun.
Flipped. Maria started messaging her ex-husband. She tried to help him take her kids away from her. All because she was dating the guy that Maria had been lying about for years. And while they're together, we believe that Brian told her the truth, that Maria had asked him to be a sperm donor. Here's another connection. I'm not sure if it means anything yet, but I'm going to mention it anyways. Maria's former best friend, she was last year's Mardi Gras queen, and Maria's boyfriend's ex, stay with me, is the current queen. This isn't just a title that they hand out to anyone. This is a prestigious title and it means a lot in our small town. And we heard that this year Maria had been trying to be the queen herself. Maybe, some small town bullshit. Maybe it's something else, I don't know. I'm sure women have a better perspective on this. Which brings us to this part of the web, Maria's boyfriend. Maria started dating Ryan around the same time I started dating Hadley. She told me that Hadley couldn't be around the kid, while some guy that I've never met was around the kid constantly. Total control freak shit, but that's just Maria. Michelle, Maria's cousin, is next. You've seen the videos, you've seen the lies that she spread. She didn't just defend Maria, she made it personal. She tried to get me and my girlfriend canceled, that's why she's here. Hadley's ex is next. Maria started commenting on photos of their kids, trying to get close to his family. Same pattern as her former best friend. It's fucking weird. And the former best friend is the one who completes this web. Because after all of this, but before I found out the truth from the DNA test, Maria's former best friend got pregnant by Brian Dale also. He had his first kid with his ex, he got Maria pregnant in 2021, and Maria's former best friend in 2023. Brian was also hanging out with Maria in 2022. So we know that he knows at a minimum that Maria had a baby 9 months after sleeping with him. So here we are. I think almost every piece is in place, but there's still some things that aren't adding up to me. If Maria cared enough about Brian to try and ruin her best friend's life because she dated him, and she went to him immediately after I got a DNA test, why even involve me in the first place? If she was just trying to extort me for money, how many people knew about it and said nothing? I mean, I have some great friends, but no one I'd be willing to send death threats to and risk jail time. And sorry to all my cousins out there, but I'm not going to publicly harass anyone over your lies either. Even Brian's ex, I mean, we felt bad for her because we thought that he cheated on her. And she's now in my comments calling me a clout chaser and a liar because she's claiming Julian and Brian have no relation to each other. I don't know about you guys, but
he's gonna need another one.
Julian and Brian have some relations to me. Just maybe, I don't know. So my question is, why are all of these people so dead set on silencing me? And why are they protecting each other?
I hope there's a big payoff for that.
It seems to me that they've all really done each other wrong here. And then Amanda just said this, that I was so close to the truth. Poor guy. What does that even mean? Small towns talk. 3 years of silence is telling. We're in real time now. Hadley and I have gotten it this far, but we still have those questions I just asked, and we can't figure them out. I'm going to take y'all over what happened in court next, and hopefully we have some mugshots soon. But I really...
Okay, sweet. So he doesn't know. This is kind of a lot more of the gossip stuff. I am just more interested in if he gets paternity off. Sounds like there's all kinds of tomfoolery going around here in this small town. So yeah, that's a little weird. TikTok dude bro lawyer. Sounds like the mother is crazy too, definitely. Women lie, absolutely. Michael saying the rule of thumb is the more sexual partners a woman has, the more crazy she will be. Pair bonding plays a number on women when they become one flesh with many men. This is not so with men. Well, I mean, if this story is anything to say, that Maria lady is, that she is just chaos manifest. Orbiter. All right. The binder is almost full now. I have a feeling he's going to need at least another one. Okay, let's watch the last one, and he's going to talk about the legal
stuff. Give me
stuff.
a call. It's Norris. I'm not down for this made for Hollywood shit or whatever it is you got out there. I'm not that kind of lawyer.
That's literally how I feel. I just want to hear about the legal specificities.
I don't do shit like that. I don't want to represent you anymore. I'm filing to withdraw.
What the hell? His lawyer is withdrawn? Okay, that's weird.
Did I win in court? Does she have to pay me back? If you think that voicemail is bad, wait until you find out what happened.
I thought he got...
As you all know, I filed a fraud lawsuit on October 4th. I was asking for child support to end, to be taken off the birth certificate, and I wanted my money returned that I had paid her. Plus,
guys, listen, if he freaking tells us that he lost the case, I just want to apologize now, because I looked at this for like 2 seconds and I thought this was going to be an uplifting story.
Plus attorney's fees and emotional damages. Here's the thing you really need to keep in mind as you watch this. Mississippi has a law that you only have 1 year to do a DNA test, or you pay child support forever.
Okay. Well, shit. Okay. Damn, that sucks.
Year 2. The only way out of it is to prove paternity fraud.
Okay. Yeah, there it is. I was on year 2. Okay. I read that there, that you can prove that, but I'm still hoping that the court will give it to him, especially because of how public this thing is.
And proving fraud is almost impossible. So I was looking at 19 more years of child support for a baby.
Age of majority in Mississippi is 21 years old, just like New York, guys. Just like New York.
That wasn't even mine if I lost in court. On October 9th, Maria filed an emergency restraining order on behalf of her and the baby. She implied that the DNA test was false. Which, Maria, shame on you for doing that after what I just found out you did the day before. I'll tell y'all what we found out soon. Someone we thought was innocent is not. Anyways, now I have no lawyer, a gag order, and I have to remove all of my social media posts. So I start researching lawyers who won't back down like my first lawyer did. I think many people online know about the Aubrey Wyatt story, and her mother Heather being silenced in the same way. What I don't think people know is that we live in the same town, so it's the same court system that has silenced both of us. Welcome to South Mississippi. I hired the same lawyer that Heather did. We prepped for the upcoming court date on October 29th, and we're prepared to fight for my right to speak back. That day, Maria's lawyer spoke first. She asked the judge to close the courtroom to any outsiders and to issue a permanent gag order. My lawyer tried to refute this, but the judge didn't allow her to speak a single word. He just issued the order. Boom. Have a nice day. So now I'm banned from talking about what happened to me for the rest of my life. My one last hope was we had another court date coming up and maybe he would hear me out then. So I decided to just stay quiet and prepare for court. Welcome to the birth of the binder. In January, I was sent a shit ton of questions from Maria's lawyer. Apparently it's a process called discovery. I'll tell you what I discovered. Those questions made their legal angle clear. They were trying to paint it like I chose to be the dad. Like Maria and I were in a relationship and I knew the whole time that the kid wasn't mine. It was insane, and it took me days to answer these questions. On April 1st, I showed up to court prepared, but I was really terrified of the possibility of having to pay child support for another 19 years.
Oh, you should be terrified about that.
I was on the stand for 6 hours, and Maria never spoke. Maria's attorney asked me to share one shred of proof that Maria knew she was deceiving me from the beginning.
Okay, we know that because he's got those text messages, so let's see.
I laughed and I said, the DNA test and that she slept with someone else? This is a good example of how ridiculous this whole entire thing felt. Soon after, she showed me the acknowledgement of paternity.
Okay, remember guys, we went over this last time, and a lot of states have this. California has one. And on here, you know, it'll see how it says rights and responsibilities right here. It's, you know, it's not clear enough to make big on the screen, but this is where it says, you know, you can get a genetic test. You might want to think about that before signing this, but this is you acknowledging and saying, yes, I'm the father. But again, I mean, Mississippi looks like it gives him a year. He's still a little bit late, but it seems like the court's still actually willing to hear it. So, you know, there's a chance they might do something.
And it had my signature all over it. No tampering with it. It was 100% my signature.
Yes.
I don't even remember signing that in the hospital. And let me tell you what I definitely don't.
Huh, that's interesting. I don't know how, I feel like in the earlier videos we watched, he brought up that same form. And because remember, he said that he got messages from her that she was, you know, wanted somebody to be there and she was all alone. And he flew back basically to be with her at the birth. So he was at the hospital. But let's see.
I remember agreeing to. This line in the tiniest little print I've ever seen, signing this form is like the...
There it is. Yeah, that's the rights and responsibilities. And what he's basically telling us here is that the person... So somebody at the hospital gave him this form. And this is what happens to anybody. Like if you're at a hospital and your not wife is giving birth to a child and you're there as the, I'm the dad guy. They're going to give you these forms and they're probably just going to tell you that like, yeah, this is legal stuff. So, you know, so you can be the dad or whatever, but they're not going to explain all of this stuff. And see, he doesn't even remember signing the form. He just thinks it was something attached with the birth certificate, whatever. Nobody read him his rights and responsibilities, which anybody who gives you this form is supposed to read this part out loud to you and let you know, hey, by signing this, you're waiving your right for a genetic test. I've had to do this with people myself. I'd have to point it out and be like, hey, before you sign, check this out. So he doesn't even remember that.
And father being married at the time of birth. And it said on there, I only had 1 year to challenge this, or I was responsible forever.
Now it said it has 1 year on there, but I did look at Mississippi. I'll have to look at it again, but I think there was something about fraud that gives him a little bit more time. Listen, I want him to not be the father. Like I want this to be a happy, uplifting story where the good guy wins. That's was my plan for showing this to y'all.
I signed that. I did try to tell her attorney that I knew that form didn't matter if I could prove fraud.
Okay,
but the judge
perfect.
stopped me and said you can only say yes or no. I started to panic. Her lawyer gives her closing arguments, but also brings up a law on fraud in Mississippi. Apparently, one of the requirements to prove fraud is to know you're being frauded from the beginning. I thought to myself,
how the hell would you?
If I was being frauded from the beginning, I wouldn't be sitting here. I felt like my heart was going to beat out of my chest as we waited for the judge's decision. And then he made it. I had proven paternity fraud.
Okay, thank God.
I did the impossible. I was off the birth certificate, and I didn't have to pay child support.
Dude, okay, shout out to this guy. Thank God. I got scared for a second.
I couldn't believe it. But then he had to decide on Maria having to pay me back.
Oh, I mean, you know, they could probably, I mean, he may or may not get any of that back.
I referenced the law about knowing from the beginning. So there's no way I'm getting any money back under the current Mississippi law, even though I proved paternity fraud. So the end result, I'm happy I'm not paying child support.
That happens to a lot of folks. Even if it's not like a paternity fraud thing, but you know, somehow money went out and you're not owed, you know, any more child support, so we can't cancel it out. They're just going to be like, sorry, you know, you can try to get it.
For another 19 years. That's the win. But the judge never lifted the gag order, and Maria will never have to pay me back a dime. I gave her over $50,000 for a child that wasn't mine, and she knew the entire time. And I wasn't even allowed to clear my name. And what did Maria do when the judge said that? She was dancing. She was woo-hooing. She celebrated successfully scamming me. That's the system we live in.
That's sad as hell. I mean, I do get it. You know, obviously it's like, thank God, you know, it actually undid it for him. And I thought he wasn't going to, I even myself thought he wasn't going to be able to do it because it's so freaking hard. Luckily for him and this gigantic binder and all this other stuff, it seems to have paid off and he made it happen. Thank God. That judge could have just as easily said, you know, well, no, I don't think the burden of proof has been met and you're on it. But all this BS later, $50,000 in child support. We're not even talking about the attorney's fees that he had to pay and stuff like that, but he's got lucky. But look at all this BS down just with it. You know, he's still probably almost 100 grand deep into this.
You can commit paternity fraud and walk out of the courtroom celebrating. I might not be able to get my money back, but I'm going to make sure that no one else gets scammed like I was. Because of posting these videos, I was connected with Carnell Smith.
Ooh.
He went through the same thing I went through, and he's making changes. He's already changed the law in 11 states. And I recently got a text that I was hoping for. I have a meeting next week with Mississippi policymakers, but it came with 2 conditions. It has to be at the Capitol in Jackson. Fine. And I have to bring Hadley with me. Apparently, they're big fans. Not gonna lie, proud boyfriend moment. I now have this opportunity to make sure that no other man is in the same position I was. I have a lot of ideas on what I want to change.
This is really amazing, dude. This is a win right here. Shout out to this guy. I think this is really a big deal. Thank God. I'm glad it turned out this way. For a second, I thought he was just going to have some more bad news, especially on those other couple videos. But this is really freaking cool here. And honestly, every single state needs to have these laws in place. And honestly, Mississippi's laws aren't even that good. But they need to have clearer laws that really just at least let somebody extricate themselves. You know, I think what really worked in this guy's favor is there actually is a man that they can say, this is the dad. So let's try to go after that guy. So that Brian guy, if that wasn't there, and she's just like, I don't know who it is. I have no idea. You know what I mean? It could have been that judge said in the best interest of the child, we're going to keep you as the father. Sorry, that's the way it is. You know, they can do that in a lot of places. That's what that means. Best interest of the child. California has that. And man, that freaking right there, just, I don't know. I had to bring this back up just because I wanted to. I know we talked about it, but I had to show you guys because I didn't want to leave this story just, I guess, out in the air like that and then not follow it up. So shout out to this guy one more time. So finally some good news, but still, he ain't getting the money back, and it was a big pain, and he got a few lucky breaks.
But the hardest part is going to be getting legislators to listen. And that's where you all come in. Lawmakers only care if you care. But before that meeting at the Capitol, I have one more person to hold accountable. There's a local paralegal whose silence, in my opinion, makes her just as guilty.
Okay, well, we don't care about none of that stuff. What we care about is that he actually managed to get this undone. Just the paternity thing and getting it undone is a big deal. And if he can influence Mississippi lawmakers and they get something better out there, that can serve as a template for other states. So a bit of positive stuff there. A bit of positive stuff, man. Like, big shout out to that guy. Big shout out to his gigantic binder, his tenacity, even his girlfriend there. I'm sure she helped him with a lot of that. It's a lot of organization right there. And my God, what a nightmare. I do want to at least preface this and say that this guy got really freaking lucky. And a lot of guys don't get lucky. A lot of courts are just lazy as hell. A lot of lawyers are lazy as hell. And it's just going to be like, nope, too bad, and no, there's not enough evidence. And then that's what's going to be that. So, wow. Don says, sorry to be that guy, but has this been verified as a legit thing and not some well-acted social media dramatization? I understand the skepticism there. I want to believe it's true because he shows some of the legal filings. I do want to believe it's true. I'm going to choose to. That'd be sad as hell if it wasn't, and it was all just a big lie for some TikTok views. But that could be. That's a possibility. Tacticus says, howdy. Yo, Tacticus. Welcome in. Great to see you, man. Thanks for being here. W-Mans from Mr. Pitt. Klaus says, I would never guessed he would be able to get out of that. But why are there no criminal charges for fraud? Man, that's a good freaking question. I think, I don't know the answer to that exactly. I think when it gets to that point in courts, there's not clear enough laws on the books that actually will say what happens once this happens, and I think step one to doing that would be to actually get some kind of criminal laws on the books that say, hey, if you're guilty of fraud, paternity fraud specifically, then this is what should happen to you. And I think they just get to a point and then there's nothing there. And then the judge is like, well, yeah, no, too bad. You know what I mean? We're just going to end date the child support. We're going to end date your paternity, meaning that you were still the legal father, from this time to this time, whatever they decided to do. But unfortunately, no. Yeah, either they don't want to spend the money, Klaus, or they just don't care. So that is something you would think, well, they committed fraud. That's a crime. Throw them in jail, right? That's the common sense understanding of that. Why they don't do that is I wish I can give you a clear answer on that. Yeah, there should be criminal proceedings. Absolutely. The rule of thumb for courts is they do not punish mothers least negatively affects her ability to take care of the child. Yeah, well because then they got to give welfare. The kids got to go to foster care. And now we don't have a dad on the books because he's not the dad, which rightfully so, he shouldn't be. Being a further burden of the state. I know this for a fact. Thank you, Michael. Thank you. The court will only punish and imprison or fine the non-custodial parent. Yep, which typically happens to be dad. Karen says, how's everyone doing tonight? It's complicated video on Dowry was fire. Hey there, Karen. Shout out to you, man. Thanks for being here. We are having a good freaking time. It's a great Saturday. Hi, Tacticus from Elena. Karen says, what up, homie? Heck yeah. All right. So we can move away from Brett Fairley. I don't really, I'll probably check in on him just to see how that meeting with the legislators went. That's the only thing that I care about on this case. Everything else is just a little bit too much. Just drama, TikTok drama for me. Karen says, all good, man. I just got off from work, accomplished things today, slept like a baby. That's the best. Yo, Michael saying with the another man, y'all generous tonight, man. I appreciate that. Thank you. Polygamous societies are never enforced. Monogamy is enforced because men are not prone to what it requires. It's an interesting thing to contemplate. I was going to say complicate. I got an It's Complicated video right in front of me. But in polygynous societies, from what I've read, and why bride wealth is so prevalent is because there's less stratification of income. So there's less income variability. As opposed to monogamous dowry-based societies. There's very rich, there's middle class, there's poor. So paternity really starts to matter a lot more too, especially. And, you know, a marriage dissolving and all these kinds of things can have different implications for property and this kind of stuff. So that's it. You know, those are all interesting factors. Don says the woman is nuts and the kid would be better in another household while the mom is in jail. Honestly, you're right. I know exactly. Like what the mom is so nuts here. It's like foster care sucks, I'm sure, but at this point, and I mean, maybe it'll at least deter other people from playing these kinds of games. If there's no punishment for it and there's a 99% chance upside that you win and get away with it. And if you do lose and nothing happens, like how are you going to incentivize people to stop? So we'll see what Brett Fairley can do here with these Mississippi lawmakers. Shout out to that guy, man. He is making some change. Marcus Gray says, what's up, Shot? Yo, what's up, Marcus? Thanks for changing the conversation. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that. I'm you know, it's a blessing to be able to find something that fascinates you so much that you just want to keep talking about it, you know. Klaus says, I get it that the family court will do nothing, but at least over here I was able to file a criminal charge after I was tried to be scammed in family court and had serious consequences. That's good to know. I mean, hey, you know, that's respect to Germany for that, for at least taking criminal action seriously. I agree with you, man. It's like, how could someone commit fraud? The fraud is proven. The court literally undoes the paternity for him, and because there was fraud, and then there's no criminal nothing after that. Crazy. Shah for OCSS, we need to get you in there. Hey, man, God willing. Appreciate that. Don says, that's what's up, man. Sounds like a solid day. Heck yeah. I'm celebrating keeping a dog after a breakup. Oh, man. Girl's gone, but man's best friend stays with me. Hey, man, shout out to you. Hope you're doing all right. Glad we can all be here for you, man. You know, it sucks. And I'm sure you've probably been through this enough times, and hopefully it's not that bad of a heartbreak, but you're going to make it back. You know what I mean? Sounds like you weren't over leveraged in this relationship. Timmy Kramer says, take her to Costco for first date, buy her a hot dog and Coke, and discuss her debt and student loans. Put it all on the table. Exactly. And if, you know, nothing else, you can ask her how rich her father is. You know what I'm saying? You can just be like,
which one of these broads has the richest father?
Yeah.
Yep. And then just follow up with this.
Dowry situation.
Exactly.
Let's get down to brass tacks here.
Speaking of dowry, Kanye West seems to be remembering the dowry. Okay. Now I reacted to it and I was like, he's beginning to believe. Let's go and check this out. So this is from No Jumper, and this says, Ye says he should have had children with Paris Hilton instead of Kim Kardashian. Can you imagine this is a quote from Ye, can you imagine if I had babies with Paris Hilton, how many hotels I'd have now? Oh, that sounds like suspiciously something familiar. He said, Kim was like Paris Hilton's Virgil. I had a baby with a effing assistant, bro. Yeah, well, that's what happens. Now, listen, I don't know Kim Kardashian's background. I mean, I think she was making some money. At least her father was pretty well-to-do, so she's not from a poor family. You know what I mean? Now, Kanye West would know because he married her and saw whatever happened to him in court. But he's basically alleging that Kim Kardashian's actually like she ain't really all that compared to someone in Paris Hilton. And he's basically saying here, what I'm discussing about dowry is that he married and had kids out of class, essentially. And that's why it ended up so badly for him. Where if he would have swung within, his own class or an upper class like Paris Hilton, the heiress to all these hotels. I don't even know if she really is the heiress. I think there was some controversy there with her family. She probably is the heiress. I got to look into that. If they would have got divorced, then maybe things would have been different. So I saw that and I was like, ooh, you're almost there, Kanye. You're almost there.
When, Kim was Paris Hilton's assistant.
Okay, so he remembers Kim Kardashian being Paris Hilton's assistant. Okay, that's interesting.
I said I had babies with Paris Hilton over Kim Kardashian. You guys, could you imagine if I had kids with Paris Hilton? How many hotels I have now? You get what I'm saying? Think about that. Think about that. The Hilton. You know, the Hilton shit. It was, I think y'all staying in the Hilton, right?
See, he's like the Hilton. See, he's recognizing the class status of that Hilton family and how big it is. That's old money. That's real money. And he's thinking, you know, I came up, I was in a position, I could have tried to swing up. You know, I could have tried to lock that in. Instead, I went for the assistant.
Now, the fucking Edition Hotels is a Hilton. You know what I'm saying? And Paris Hilton had the vision, and then that's what happened. Kim was like the Virgil. Kim was like Paris Hilton's Virgil. And that's what happened. If you like Arnold Schwarzenegger and you have a kid with a nanny, the nanny only power is to take your kid.
Hear that? If you're like Arnold Schwarzenegger and you have kids with a nanny, you know, we all know Arnold Schwarzenegger from movie fame. He was governor of California for a bit, successful guy. I actually didn't know much about his marriage, but according to Kanye, he married a nanny and then, you know, she used the kids against him. So Arnold Schwarzenegger's up here, you know what I'm saying? He made it, and then he decides to, you know, one of the most important things in his life, who he's going to marry and have kids with, it's with a nanny, you know, down here. And then as soon as you sign that marriage, you know, certificate license, now you guys are in the same class because your finances have been merged legally in the eyes of the state. And then when the divorce happens, well, then the guy from up here is like, oh, well, how come I have to pay? How I got screwed so hard. This is where the dowry comes in as a check on hypergamy. This is what I call it. Now, you know, you could say, well, dowry is used can be used for hypergamous marriages. Yeah, it can be used for hypergamous marriages. You can have a family really pay a buttload of money to try to marry their daughter to a high status, you know, family, but that would cost them a lot of money. It would be really tough for them to do that. They'd have to come up somehow and say, we're going to spend a lot of money to get our daughter into that family up there. And then that's going to be good for us. So there is this aspect of trying to solidify family alliances. In my opinion, for the most part, dowry is about endogamy, which is about encouraging people to marry within their own class, right? So if somebody, you know, comes in with a marriage proposal, let's say there's a groom here with a high income or a high status, or he stands to inherit a lot, whatever it happens to be, and a marriage proposal's made to him, right? I'm not talking about this kind of proposal, right? I'm talking about what a proposal actually is. When people come in and they're like, hey, how about we propose a marriage? Let's deal make, let's negotiate. And they're like, okay, that's interesting. She seems nice, you know, this is the qualities about him. What's the dowry going to look like? And they're like, oh, we don't have a dowry, or it's something meager that's really not where he's at. Then they're going to be like, yeah, no, this match really isn't a good match for us. We wish you luck, but we really recommend you go with that kind of dowry. You try to marry somebody that's actually more in your class, so to speak. That would be the check against hypergamy. And what Kanye's talking about is this sort of thing. He's like, I married the assistant. Arnold Schwarzenegger married the nanny. And then, you know, they got screwed. And really what that is it's allowing an unfettered hypergamy. And there was no moment in there to where someone could have said, you know, oh, wait a minute, this matchup actually doesn't make sense. So that's what the dowry does best. It keeps it is designed to match up grooms from certain incomes and statuses to, you know, to women that will have that. Here, look, I'll read this to you. It says, as already emphasized, this is from Siwan Anderson here, Economics of Dowry and Bride Price. As already emphasized, dowry-paying societies are stratified, monogamous, and endogamous, right? Remember, we talked about hypergamy. Now, there's another word, isogamy, and technically isogamy means that within class, but endogamy means like within a group. But here she says endogamous means men and women of equal status marry, right? See, this is what makes monogamy work right here. This is what it is if you live in a stratified society. We live in a stratified society. There's very rich people. There's middle-class people. There's not so well-to-do people. And, you know, when society started to urbanize because of the plow, it led to these kinds of divisions, as opposed to a bride wealth society, which has less stratification. Anyways, in traditional societies where men have economic value, but women do not, men were out there using the plow. It was too hard for women to do, so they became housebound. Okay. It's not to say women didn't do stuff in the house, but they weren't bringing any income from outside the house into the house. That's the point. In traditional societies where men have economic value, but women do not, dowry as a bequest is consistent with this marriage pattern. Wealthier parents tend to give higher dowries, which in turn render their daughters more attractive to grooms. Grooms who have higher incomes are in turn more attractive to brides. As a result, grooms with high incomes match with the daughters from families where the optimal size of bequest is large, implying positive assortative matching in the marriage market. Now, yeah, you can say both sides are trying to be hypergamous. You know, they're trying to swing up where they can. You might have other markers of status, like there could be royalty or something like that, and you could have a noble family falling out of favor, and then some merchant class who's starting to make a lot of money says, let's try to get one of our daughters married to a son of a noble family or something like that. That could be a different way of looking at status. But economically, for the most part, it's just like that. And if you don't have a dowry to match, then yeah, you're probably going down a class because something happened, you know, in that regard. I think I have another one. Woman keeps, let's see. Yeah, I mean, so here we go. It's one with, this is from Dowry and Bride Wealth, or excuse me, from Bride Wealth and Dowry. Dowry does not involve any similar kind of rationing of women. Indeed, from the standpoint of our initial diagram, women and property appear to be transferred in the same direction, so that the more, the wealthier. The reason why the system does not in fact work like this is revealing. Dowry transactions, this is what I was looking for. Dowry transactions place a premium on matching contributions of the spouses. All right, this is Jack Goody, Oxford anthropologist. What women and men bring either in concrete dowry or in inheritance chances vary although it varies in a dowry society, but although among conjugal pairs, these tend to match. Okay, so that is what the dowry does, right? The dowry is a system that checks against hypergamy. It's like, okay, lovebirds, before you guys start throwing caution to the wind, let's look at some of the practicalities here. And Kanye West is slowly realizing that fact, but, you know, he's realized it a little too late. He's 4 kids in. He's paying a crushing amount of child support. We see him on Twitter, amongst other things that he says, complaining about him not being able to see his kids and how can they just, I'm the kid's father and this and that and all these kinds of things. So that is why dowry is so important. And again, you know, a lot of the discussions we're having about this is that historically, this was a thing for a very long time. No, you are, it doesn't mean you're not masculine if you expect women to bring something. You know what I mean? If you ask this question.
Which one of these broads has the richest father?
Yeah.
Or if you know, ask this.
What's the dowry situation?
Exactly.
Let's get down to brass tacks here.
Okay, because that's what men were doing for a very long time. If they want you to be monogamous and they want all your income that you're going to be getting from working outside the house to be invested into that family, and also for her, and, you know, the kids there and all that stuff, then yeah, she needs to bring something. And we see that in the anthropological, you know, papers and literature there, that typically this leads to a matching contribution to a conjugal fund. Instead, what you see today is, you know, Tyrese Gibson marrying I don't know who, and then getting dragged through family court and then not understanding what happened. You know what I mean? So like that would be an example of unfettered hypergamy and a bad decision, but he was gynocentric. You know what I mean? He was conditioned by a society to say, well, man, you know, women don't need to bring nothing. Whatever. I'm just going to be the hero over here and I pay for everything and everything's going to be good and I'm a protector and provider and she loves me. And then bam, she didn't love him when you base the whole marriage on that. And then all of a sudden it was gone. And then remember, you signed that document. You elevated her to that class. And then when the divorce happens, well, she gets to leave what some of that money, sometimes a lot of that money. You know, there's NFL players might do a lot of people that start to accumulate wealth and status tend to make this mistake because they grow up in a society that really gaslights them with this sort of love tale. You know, red pillars and other folks like that have for a while now sort of documented how this has been kind of a disaster, about how the light switch effect happened and all of a sudden she was a different person and then now she's leaving, you know, the sex dried up, whatever it is. You know, she said she'd never leave me. Now she's gone. I didn't have a prenup. The prenup got thrown out. Well, a long time ago, for a lot of human history, especially in stratified societies and monogamous societies, this was a very real question that would occur before a marriage. This was part of the family planning stage, and it was designed to sort of be a defense against hypergamous individuals. You know, you're lifting your knee before you get kicked or whatever it is. And we've completely abandoned that, especially as romantic chivalry and gynocentrism has taken over. Yeah, so I wanted to spend a second just going over that. Let's go ahead and finish the clip.
So Kim's only power is to take my kids. I had a baby with a fucking assistant, bro. And then put her on Vogue. Then put her on Vogue, bro. You can't put no motherfucking assistant on Vogue, bro. That's exactly Bernardo know that, and it's king time now, bro. No more motherfucking.
See, now he wants to be a king. You know what I mean? Now he wants a queen with the dowry to match, right? Because that's what kings did. Not just kings, all the way down to peasants. I mean, anybody who has to play the game of monogamy, you better be looking at this dowry thing and seeing, how does this figure into my marriage? What is she bringing? You know, whether it's a formal dowry, whether it's I'm putting $200,000 into the house as part of the down payment. I'll be at home and then you'll be making payments on the house. But if we do get divorced, then the house will split down the middle. If that happens in 3 years, then yeah, you'll probably get a lot more money. If that happens in later on down the line, then yeah, maybe I'll get some more out of it. But there needs to be something there that acts as a check on hypergamy. Otherwise, don't sign the marriage contract. Well, what are you doing that for?
Sisters, no more hugs.
Okay, yeah, so I just had to share that with you. I just thought that was that was so fascinating. It's just like, he's right there. He's right freaking there, you know. I had a baby with an effing assistant, bro. Yes, and this is what a lot of men are encouraged to do. This is what Matt Walsh wants you to do. You know what I mean? Michael Knowles wants you to do that. And they want you to be happy about it. Officer Tatum wants you to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what you're supposed to do. Marry the Starbucks barista. So, of course, I had to quote tweet this and say, they are beginning to remember. He's beginning to believe. And before we start our main event here, shout out to Coach Greg Adams. Let's just catch up on the chat, and then we're going to have some fun here. Did I miss a super chat? Oh, man, I hope not. Okay. Michael saying, in case I didn't see this, polygamous societies are never enforced. Monogamy is enforced because men are not prone to what it requires. Appreciate you, Michael saying. Okay, I did see this one. Let's see. Where did I leave off at? The Morpheus meme. Yep. You know, I actually made a few more Morpheus memes from that. Like, I had one that was like, what if I told you that the dowry is actually the check on hypergamy? Here, I'll put it into Discord right now. I just think that'd be, I wanted to make that a tweet. I think I might do that. Let me just add it in right now so we could talk about that. Kanye's a Chappelle Show skit in real time. Yeah, that's the only thing. Kanye has, well, he's gone down some different rabbit holes here, and it doesn't exactly lend credence to any of the causes he goes on. But listen, when it comes to this, I couldn't help but ignore, but notice that and give it some shine because it was so on the money about what we talk about. I made these yesterday and I wanted to post them. What if I told you women used to bring a dowry to the table that matched the class status of the man, or else they didn't get married? And then this one. What if I told you dowry is how society kept the check on hypergamy? What if I told you? Man, I missed that meme. That was big back when like YouTube was new, but people forgot about that meme style. Isn't it what Kate Middleton's family did? I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised if they did some kind of dowry like that. Though I'm not sure, to be honest. This is just what AI is saying. I don't know while the term dowry was used in some media reports regarding Kate Middleton's wedding, it was not a traditional dowry in the sense of a financial transfer from the bride's family to the groom's. Okay, so, I mean, if she didn't do that, then already for me, that's not a proper dowry. Rather, it referred to the fact that Kate's parents contributed a substantial amount to the cost of her wedding. This contribution was not a dowry in the traditional sense, but rather a contribution to the wedding. Yeah, a lot of people will say, well, you know, the bride's family is supposed to pay for a wedding, therefore that's the dowry. No, that's not the dowry. Sorry, that is not a dowry. A dowry is if that's just the wedding. That may as well be a marriage gift, which is not a marriage transaction. A true marriage transaction involves some kind of wealth being transferred at the time of marriage. And it's not for the wedding. It's for the conjugal fund, which is now created by the wedding. So that would be, that would be formally what it is. But yeah, so I guess not so much. Michael says, dowry is normally paid to the groom. Traditionally, the bride price is paid to the woman's father for passing down his authority to the groom. Yeah. You know, you can say with the bride price, bride wealth, the person getting married, you know, like the spouse, wealth and the spouse goes in opposite directions. So wealth is going from the groom and it's going to her kin, right? Because they're losing her labor. The reason bride wealth societies do bride wealth it's not some bidding war. It's a relatively uniform amount throughout the entire society, right? And women in bride wealth societies, what they do is they do a lot of labor outside the home on the field because they're using these older tools, the digging stick, the hoe. So when she gets married, the health of their family is affected. And this requires a payment to them. And then they use that money to then typically find somebody for another member in their family and it gets restored. And then it creates this circulating fund. The dowry isn't like that. The dowry gets, the woman and the money come in the same direction. All right. So they're leaving this house. It's taking wealth from them and it's going to this new household, and it's creating a new household altogether, and it creates a conjugal fund there. So it doesn't circulate around the society. So yeah, I mean, that's an important thing to note there as far as like a difference between bride wealth and dowry. So yeah, good to point out some of that stuff. I was just seeing if I had a paper there, determinants of bride price. Let's see. Well, it's all right. I won't do this midstream. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. So anyways, yeah. Let me just, I think there's a super chat. Oh, Trevor, my bad, man. I think you've been here for kind of a while. Let me just pull that up on the big screen. On the big screen. Damn, we're pretty far behind. Trevor says $5 Australian. Thank you so much for that, sir. Appreciate you. Needed an excuse to post a super chat. Hey, thanks, man. I'll try not to spend that money on cigars and, you know, hanging out there with some nice ladies and things like that. I'll be good. We'll try to be productive with it. Maybe we'll get a fourth camera for the studio, huh? Possibly. Or possibly even okay, I think I got enough CRTs for now. Needed an excuse to post a super chat. So just asking everyone who's tuning in the live stream to smash that like button for the algo. Hey, thank you, man. I got to remember to say that more often. We got 23 likes. We got 25 people watching. Hey, man, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I appreciate y'all for that. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Again, Trevor. Michael, this is what I thought. Not an expert on Arnold, but he married into the Kennedys with Maria Shriver and knocked up the Mexican help. Oh, my God. Okay, yeah. Well, he was asking for trouble there. He was asking for trouble. Oh, come on. Arnold. I swear, sometimes I really think they should just legalize prostitution. Like, this whole Shannon Sharp case is crazy. So, I mean, so much, I don't even know. Like, so much trouble just comes out of this stuff. And it's like, maybe if there was a lane for this, it would prevent a lot of crazy things from happening. Like, maybe if Shannon Sharp had a legal way to go through this, instead of meeting some random OnlyFans chick and then whatever the heck happened between them, he'd still be at ESPN right now. Now, Arnold Schwarzenegger, on the other hand, he's doing all kinds of things. Arnold. Thanks, Elena. Don DeMarco says her parents did pay some kind of 6-figure amount towards the wedding. Not sure the royals needed it so much. So maybe it was dowry-ish. From what I'm seeing here, it doesn't really look like it. Don't let them screw you. Like, don't let them try to tell you, well, we're going to help with the wedding. No, we're just going to have a small wedding then. No, we don't. That's not for me. That's for your daughter. Like, that's what she wants. That's what you guys want. Fine. But that's not a dowry. Paying for the wedding is not that. Sorry. That putting actual funds into the new conjugal fund, that is a dowry proper. Dowry has nothing to do with agriculture. It was when women are considered equal to the man. Well, Michael, I mean, I heard you say that on Paul's. I think that's interesting, but according to the anthropological literature, they do disagree with you on that. So I go with the agriculture there. Here, I'll read this. Let's see if it. In many ancient cultures, the practice of bride price began to wane, and a transformation to the custom of dowry occurred as these civilizations grew and flourished. This pattern occurred in the Babylonian Empire of Mesopotamia as the society slowly began to urbanize after the 18th century. Similarly, the ancient Egyptians began to emphasize dowry by the 6th century. Ancient Hebrews also experienced the same shifts away from bride price to dowry as they moved from pastoral nomadism on the fringes of Mesopotamia to settled agriculture and city life in the land of Canaan. That would, I think, involve the plow, because you're not going to get urbanization just from very less complex forms of agriculture. Growth in the use of the dowry. Oh crap! Where's the second one? Here it is. Growth in the. Let's see. Was that? I got all these out as order. 1 second, guys. I don't have these labeled the way I would have wanted it. Okay, then I'll pull up this one separately. Maybe I can do that. Yeah. Okay, good. My bad, guys. Bride price paying societies have also been associated with the strong female role in agriculture. So listen, in dowry paying societies, they're housebound for the most part. In bride price paying societies, they're working very hard on the field. And this is what leads to that. Bosrup, 1970 in particular, has argued that bride price is found in societies in which agriculture relies on light tools such as the hoe. Jack Goody says the same thing, and thus where women are actively engaged. In contrast, she argues dowry is more common in heavy plow agriculture, where the role for women is limited. And we've observed this through, the World Ethnographic Atlas. In contrast, she argues dowry is more common in heavy plow agriculture, where the role for women is limited. This connection seems supported by the occurrence of bride price in sub-Saharan Africa, where women's participation in agriculture is relatively high. The reemergence of dowry in medieval Europe also corresponded to a period of economic expansion coinciding with the introduction of heavier plow agriculture technology. In turn, this technology led to greater productivity, more surplus for trade, growth in commerce, and a rise of towns, all of which have been argued to increase the amount of household-bound activity for women. So, I'm interested to other views, but a lot of scholars do tend to go with this. Let me see if I can find Jack Goody on that, just to give the point a little bit more time. I'll try to make it not a disaster for me opening this. Oh, come on. Okay. If we run marriage transactions against other variables recorded in the Ethnographic Atlas, this was like a large study on about 1,200 cultures, and they took various data points about them and what their practices were. So a lot of anthropologists use this. Now, sadly, this, 50 years later, with the expansion of industrialization, a lot of these cultures have probably gone the way of the dodo bird, as we start to lose languages and things. But anyways, we find some support for this thesis as well as suggestions of further correlations. Dowry is more commonly found with intensive agriculture, where gift exchange, sister exchange, and bride service rarely occur. We did see bride service in the case of Leah and Rachel, 7 years apiece for each of them. That's Old Testament. Gift exchange mainly appears in the simpler societies without agriculture. Okay, so that's not even bride wealth. That's just people that are like living like nomads. Both bride wealth and dowry, this is going to be bride price, bride wealth, and dowry are well represented in societies with larger domestic animals. Though in the latter case, the animals are also used to plow the land. This is in reference to dowry. With this difference in economy is linked the difference in the contribution made by men and women respectively. Bride wealth is more commonly found where women make the major contribution to agriculture. This is what we see in sub-Saharan Africa and other places that practice that. Whereas dowry is restricted to those societies where males contribute most. Okay, that's what we've seen more recently. Now things are different now. This is the difference between hoe agriculture and the use of the plow, which is almost invariably in male hands. Again, dowry is associated with societies with complex forms of stratification. That means we got some people that are really rich, some people that are well-to-do, some people that are middle, whatever, and some people who are just peasants. They're not doing so hot. Whereas bride service and sister exchange tend to be found with minimal stratification. Bride wealth occurs in the intermediate area, okay? Yeah, so way down here, nomads, living off the land, whatever. You get some gift exchange and some sister exchange. Then as it gets a little bit more complicated is where you get the hoe, the digging stick. They're cultivating now, but they're not doing it intensively. This is where you start to see bride wealth, also more correctly known as bride wealth. Bride price, more correctly known as bride wealth. Okay, then when it gets more complex, that's where you start to see the dowry, and this is where you see the plow. The interesting thing about the dowry is if you look at all these civilizations, only 4% of all the recorded cultures practice dowry. But since that 4% is so successful, it actually comprises 70% of the world's population. That's because they got the plow. There's all this food being made. And then you start to see specialization because there's more money, there's urbanizations. Things start to become the civilizations that, we recognize. Again, dowry is associated with societies with complex forms of stratification, whereas bride service and sister exchange tend to be found with minimal stratification. Bride wealth occurs in the intermediate area. As we have remarked in the text, dowry tends to be found with monogamy, bride wealth with general polygyny, okay? Right? And the other forms of transaction with limited polygyny. That's going to be your sister exchange and, just the minimal sort of gift exchange. So, yeah, I just to kind of put that out there. So I think that gives us a nice overview on some of the anthropological literature. So now we can go into It's Complicated's video and at least have that as a background. So yeah, I just wanted to do that. So when we get into this, because we're going to see a lot of misconceptions around this. We're going to see that in the comments, But man, we got a good comment in here from some guy named Morteam, which is interesting. So shout out to It's Complicated channel. We all know It's Complicated around here. He's respected here, and he's made amazing content. The thing I really like about It's Complicated is that he's got a lot of good videos challenging feminists. I mean, and there's some clips that have gone freaking viral, but I like that he also challenges, red pill notions. He'll challenge tradcons. He asks a lot of people a lot of tough questions, and it really gets people thinking. So it is a pleasure to see this on the page. You know what I mean? He covers a lot of topics. I think a lot of creators don't really, hit some of this kind of stuff, like masculinity's utility, what is a man, alpha nerds, exploiting a need. So now we got dowry firmly enshrined here. Big shout out. 32,000, not bad. I hope this one just goes, I want to see this one get like 100K views. Anyways, Raymond Thoughts in Mind. Hey man, I'm so behind on chat. I'm sorry guys. Dowry doesn't matter if none of the women want any of us men anyway. Well, here's the thing. The interesting thing about that is that if the guys up there, if they understand this stuff, then, Tyrese Gibson can stop getting screwed over, and all these kinds of people. If they see this knowledge and they're like, okay, I understand how this works, then that can reset the market from the top. All right. Now, if they hear this knowledge and they're like, oh, we still don't care about monogamy and we still want to be polygynous and out here partying, then at least it reveals them for what they really are. Yeah, they don't care about monogamy. I guess this is what we're doing now. But then on the one hand, they can't say, you know, well, we believe in this, we believe in that. But then it's like, okay, well, here's how you do it. Maybe you can try to figure that out, and then that should set the rest of the market straight, at least in some ways. But I get where you're coming from on that. Shout out to Raymond Thoughts in Mind. I can't wait for our next fun stream together. We had a great stream on conspiracies. Elena says, Michael, I don't think that women were ever equal to men. This is why the groom was paid by her family, because her parents knew women were an expense and a depreciating asset. Tech enabled women to jump above their class. Yeah, that's one of the reasons too, is like you start to see more class mobility, especially with industrialization. So this changes a lot of things, you know? So people start saying, all right, instead of saving a dowry, let's pay for her college, or let's do this, or all these kinds of things. But the reason this is important to me now is because I think we're hitting a point where the fruits of industrialization are starting to go away. You know, that one guy in the 1950s who can get a job in the US and support a family of 3 or 4 if you got 3 kids, and you know, you only need one income to do it. It's not the same anymore. Now buying a house is very tough. All these things are very hard to do. And we're finding ourselves kind of in a similar situation as back then. And it may not be entirely the same. I mean, we got all these dating apps and birth control, and AI's going crazy. The algorithm's going crazy. All this kind of techno-feudalism and stuff. But as actual practical living becomes tougher, I think people who pay attention to this stuff and maybe try to learn this wisdom and say, hey, how can it apply now? How can I as a man use this understanding to negotiate better for myself, to cast off the gynocentric gaslighting that, you know, romantic chivalry gave us? You know what I mean? And say, oh, I'm not less of a man if I'm going to play this game of monogamy, here's how it's done properly. So, you know, I think it has a space to play. Don DeMarc says, Cry Reese Gibson, CJ calls him. Yeah. Shout out to Coach Greg Adams, author of The Free Agent Lifestyle and De-Evolution, which I also have on my my shelf here. I love showing off Coach's books. Free Agent Lifestyle, right there. Read that whole one. That's a good one. I still need to go through this. Still need to read that. I've just had a, you know, I should be making excuses. I need to, but I'd love to read this and then see when it was copyrighted. And the fun activity for me is going to be like, how much of this did Coach guess right? You know, this came out in 2020. So I can read it now in 2025 and say, how close was Coach's analysis to what we're seeing out here? So, hey, that'd be fun. Guys, there's a lot of stuff here. Michael, I know you put some stuff in there. Let me just read one more your comment. Dowry was about passing down inheritance, ensuring women would marry high status men, and making sure they were treated as equals in the marriage. I mean, well, you know, we see different things from the scholars. I do agree it can be hypergamous sometimes, but it's also about endogamy. Now all the burden lays on the man. Yeah, and not just men, but young men specifically. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, well, yeah, you just got to get 2 jobs. And then men been doing this for thousands of years. And it's like, Matt Walsh. I feel like a good question for Matt Walsh will be, what is a dowry? Like anytime Matt Walsh just comes at it with his whole TradCon spiel, it's be like, Matt, sir, what is a dowry? Like all you gotta do is, what is, like to the TradCons, what is a dowry? And then once they tell you what it is, okay, where is the dowry today? You know what I mean? Why did it go away? Okay. I mean, why was United Christendom doing this for a long time? You know what I mean? Why were peasants in medieval Europe also practicing the dowry? Okay. So then why are you sitting here not, you know, saying women should be bringing something to the table at least? Man, I do want to get to the rest of these comments. I'm sorry, guys. I'll just read a couple more. I recently watched a video from Homath about PSYOP, and it was chilling. I know this for sure, that women are more easily brainwashed than men. Yeah, maybe you could say that. Maybe you could say that. Now, you know, I will say, you know, it's funny because I think both genders will say that about each other. You know what I mean? Like women will say men turn into complete dummies when it comes to like attraction and romance and sex and lust and these kinds of things. You know, literally, It's Complicated Channel has a video right here. It's called Exploiting a Need. And that's where men start to abandon all reason, too. I mean, just simps out here giving away $50,000 to some streamer or some OnlyFans lady they never seen before. You know what I mean? So it's like, we see a lot of crazy stuff out there. I'm sorry, guys. Dowry's practice in societies as they become more complex. The agriculture was only a guess, since this tended to make societies more complex and involve women in the workforce. Dowry was created to give women more rights in marriage, period. That is why the complex societies start using the dowry. Talut Bora, thank you for all the good info, bro. Just tuning in. Heck yeah, man. Appreciate you being here, man, and everybody. And thanks for all the participation in the chat. Societies that worship gods that are women tend to give more rights to women, even creating societies where women lead men or practice polygamy themselves. Okay, Kyle Wells. Hey, Kyle, welcome in, man. Orwell, 1984, Young Women, the Swallowers of Slogans. Man, I think that was in there. Gosh, I got to get that movie on DVD and then watch it on my CRT. I think I have a copy of the book. Where's my 1984? I'll have to look. I'm pretty sure I have one. I got Fahrenheit 451. That'd be a good book to have on the shelf. Okay, cool, guys. So let's go ahead and then move into the main event. What is a dowry? Shout out to It's Complicated. All right, let me just start this from the beginning because I've been watching it a couple times. Okay. All right. It's already starting off with the familiar face, guys. We saw this last week.
A young man seeking a woman who will have his children and prioritize raising them and keeping a home is doing the same thing that billions of other young men have done since time immemorial. The trend...
time immemorial. This is a very inaccurate rereading of human history from time immemorial.
The fad, the new thing, Megan, is feminism.
And I'll just say, like, this is historically absolutely not true. You look at, like, say, the 1800s, the thing wasn't, I just need to find the best helpmate to raise my kids. No, it's which one of these broads has the richest father?
Shout out to It's Complicated for watching the stream, man. I appreciate you. And yeah, we made that a sound effect.
Which one of these broads has the richest father?
Yep.
What's the dowry situation?
Exactly.
Let's get down to brass tacks here.
All right.
What's the most common reason people get married today?
Love.
I love that it starts out with that, because that's really what they're selling. You know what I mean? It's love. It's the love marriage. And, you know, Coach Greg Adams always says this. Gosh, we're not even like seconds into this, but Coach Greg Adams always says, men are in love, women are in business. You know what I mean? And it's like women come in, they're like, yeah, it's about love. You know, love conquers all. Doesn't matter if you're Tyrese Gibson and I'm not bringing anything.
Joint finances.
There you go. See, like they both know.
Love. Joint finances.
And they're laughing about it.
True love.
Oh, God.
If over half of marriages end in divorce, is love really a good reason to get married?
Well, interesting thing about that stat. So half of marriages end in divorce, but only 30% of first marriages end in divorce.
I don't know where he got that from, because I've seen different. It's about like 50 or so for first marriages. And then second marriages I know are higher. And third marriages were even worse. So I don't know where he got 30% from, but hey, I mean, if I'm wrong, I'd be interested in hearing that.
So I think it's a little more optimistic than we think.
Well, for me, I would say it would be love, but in society, nah, you got to have some type of status.
See, and the status is, who is she talking about? Is she talking about the woman or is she talking about the man? So I think she's talking about the man, right?
Or some type of what you could bring to the table type of image.
Why would women still marry for security if women are working?
Yeah, I think that's shifting a little bit. Like, it doesn't mean the man needs to provide. But like I said, I think they're not mutually exclusive. Women can work while also having a, healthy marriage with their... husband.
Well, I wonder what he means by okay, healthy marriage. Yeah, but I mean, if she would still, she better be contributing and paying for that with that money.
I think they're not mutually exclusive. Women can work while also having a, healthy marriage with their.
Guys, you remember that article on the alimony that we read like a couple weeks ago, and about more women needing to pay alimony and how they were just so angry about it? And then they literally said in there, it's different when a woman has to pay alimony. Get out of here.
Husband.
If women are financially independent now, why is marriage still framed as something men must provide for?
Societal standards. It's societal standards.
Great question. That's a great question. And I've heard It's Complicated ask this in other videos, but how are men supposed to be providers if women are taking half the jobs? Sometimes even given preference.
I'd say that men and being a man is taking care of a woman.
I just think sometimes things don't change, and it's nice to be in your feminine as a female and just feel like you're being taken care of.
Yeah, it's just nature.
Okay, yeah, so that just means being taken care of, not wanting to be a grown adult.
Like you want a provider.
It's just nature. That's another gaslight right there. There's the romantic chivalry gynocentrism, and then there's the biodeterminism gynocentrism. Well, it's just nature, I think it was Matt Walsh who said that too. Men want to be providers. Men want to do that. Okay, but at the same time, that needs to be justified for, and the dowry did do that.
Sometimes things don't change, and it's nice to be in your feminine as a female and just feel like you're being taken care of.
Yeah, it's just nature. Like you want a provider, and like you want to be the carer.
And to be honest, what she's saying kind of sounds like I want my cake and I want to eat it too. I want to have one foot in this world. I want to be strong and independent and be able to do all this and provide for myself. But then when I feel like it, I want to have my foot in this world where I just get to be taken care of and provided for and all this stuff. It can't work in today's world. Like, that's what I think so much of the friction is. We live in this like gray area world where it's like we refuse to do it all the way this way, or we refuse to do it all the way that way.
Caregiver, that's just how it is.
You're giving up your body and your life for a child as well. So
I mean, men do that too. Men give up their body and their life for a child. This guy, Brett Fairley, in that TikTok, that almost happened to him.
I feel like having a monetary security is not always the worst thing.
You can't work when you've had a baby, like when you're 9 months pregnant and had a baby.
Okay, that's fine. But, once the baby's up walking around and stuff, then yeah, you can go back to work like many women do nowadays.
So, yeah.
What is a dowry and why did it exist?
Dowry is a gift given from the female's family to a man when they get married.
I mean, it's not the worst definition, but like formally speaking, it really is an endowment from the bride's family to her that she comes to the marriage with. So it's some have called it a pre-mortem inheritance. And so it's an endowment to her that once she gets married, then it's part of the conjugal fund. But it really is more formally what she comes with. Not, but sometimes you do see it written, okay, yeah, it's a payment, but not exactly. I just want to emphasize that.
Providing for the household and the relationship. And it doesn't exist today because men are expected to take care of the woman and provide for them in every way instead of the woman contributing anything.
I think it's a cultural
Shout out to that guy.
thing, but I think it's a little misogynistic in the fact that
Dowry's misogynistic.
like you're kind of buying somebody in the matter of form of money or
No, yeah, she's wrong about that. That's not a dowry is not buying anybody. It's an endowment to the woman. And even bride price, some will say, oh, that's purchasing the person, but that doesn't agree with what anthropologists say. A lot of and that's why they call it bride wealth, because bride price tended to mean that you were purchasing the person. But then when anthropologists looked at it closer and how it actually works, and there's little variability in payments, then they're like, oh, no, this is different. It creates a circulating fund. You're not buying a person. It's not like, somebody's going to the highest bidder or something like that. Let's see. Maybe I could put this here this is just a quick Google AI, but there's more stuff on this. Let me see. The heck with it. I don't want to do this midstream, but yeah, anthropologists just changed that. You know what? Let me find it. Just give me a second, guys. Sorry. It's going to bother me if I don't. Why did they? I'm reading a book now about marriage transactions in ancient Palestine. The author, T.M. Lemos, has a whole chapter on this. I'll just do the freaking Google AI. And this is, the shift from bride price to bride wealth reflects a move towards more accurate, nuanced understanding of the practice. Bride price can be seen as objectifying women, implying they are being bought, which is not always the case. Bride wealth, on the other hand, emphasizes the idea of a gift or compensation for the bride's family, acknowledging their loss of labor and the future loss of a potential heir. So that was a whole thing. And I don't know. I just want to point that out because a lot of people get that wrong. And she's got it so wrong. She's not even talking about bride price. She's talking about dowry. No, dowry is not purchasing anybody. It goes to the woman.
Animals or whatever kind of property you have, or
My understanding of dowry is not super familiar, but
Michael saying, I see what you're saying. You're saying it's purchasing, but it's more of a compensate. The reason it's not, I would say it's not a true purchase is because there's very little variability in the actual price. It tends to be a set standard in the society. So it's a compensation for the loss of labor, but it's so that they can then use that for another member of their family, and then get a bride for somebody else there, and then that restores the health of the family. So bride price and bride wealth actually tends to lead to a kind of egalitarianism in its own way, because the more that you're purchasing, the more wealth you have to push back into the society for that, especially based off these uniform prices.
like in Indian culture, for example, when a man is going to marry a woman, the woman's family actually gives quite a bit to the man's family. So not super familiar with that, but I think it varies culture to culture. So
it is a form of financial payout, if you will, that the bride side pays the groom side. It may come in the form of a car or a property or just cash.
It refers to.
Oh, that's interesting. Bride price is not a set price. That doesn't jibe with what I've read, but I'd be interested to see where you're getting that from. I think there can be some variation, by the way, but it's nothing like a dowry society. Actually, even in India, dowry is equated to being something that is used to buy the bride. This never made sense to me because in India, the groom is paid in terms of gold or cash or something else. Yeah, that doesn't make sense either. I mean, how are they buying the bride if it's her family that's giving the money over? If anything, it can turn into a groom price. So, like, it can turn into buying a groom specifically, more so the other way. So that gets confusing. Michael, in Russia, bride price was practiced and still is in some families, and it's a cheap buyout usually performed during the wedding, where groom pays a small amount, not official. Sounds like it's probably more symbolic nowadays. Karen, the Indian guy... Oh, let me see this real quick. My bad, guys. I'm getting stuff all mixed up. The Indian guy in this video sucked at answering tough questions. There were some of them where it felt like he was a little like it just seemed like he didn't want to be on camera saying certain things. You know what I mean? Like, which I can understand a little bit, I guess. But yeah, it was a little weird. So, you know what? Here, Michael's saying this is something for variability. Bride wealth payments are often fixed amounts. This is so it's often fixed amounts, but there is sometimes some variability. This is so for the Kipsigis and the Gusii of East Africa, and it is the case for many West African peoples. On the other hand, the Luo vary the standard rate, and the newer permit haggling in the buyer, but in both cases, there is close connection between the marriages of men and women. For standard payments seem to fluctuate in relation to the cattle population. So this probably what adds to some variability. So that an increase in the herds does not lead to cheap marriages. While the bargaining process usually works out in such a way that only one marriage can be made from one herd at a time. So it seems like some of the variability is from changes in what they use to what actually counts as a currency for bride wealth, which is typically these kinds of cattle. But this is from Jack Goody, so that's where I'm seeing that. Standard bride wealth has an effect quite opposite to dowry, which is intrinsically variable, and that's because we see this wealth stratification. For it means that other things being equal, a cat or a commoner may look at a king, and this is in bride wealth. In terms of property, one man or woman is as good as another. This is what you see in bride wealth practicing societies. Hence, the system permits heterogamy, for which outmarriage is a prerequisite. while the dowry, on the other hand, inhibits such dispersion of marriage partners, even though property may be used to compensate for absence of other attributes. But bride wealth is not always fixed. There are some variations that depend on status. Ladoga chiefs who emerged as the result of the white man's government built up large holdings of wives. So I think in a true bride wealth society, there's less variability, and that's what he's saying. But when, you know, European societies came in and they started industrializing or changing the way the economy works there, then you started to see these maybe different variations, and it probably did become similar to purchasing or something like that. Anyways, yeah, back to the video.
Property or money brought by a bride to her husband on their marriage. If women have always been the prize, why did the concept of a dowry ever exist in the first place?
Yeah, that's an interesting concept. I haven't really thought about that too much. Yeah, like in American culture, that doesn't really exist. You have the bride and groom's family pay for certain things at the reception, and the man will pay for the ring, for example. And
I think it existed so that both sides were properly contributing and actually helping each other grow in a relationship and marriage and life, instead of nowadays where it's a man just taking care and helping a woman grow while he only loses.
I don't know. You know, to be honest, I've not thought a lot about the historical relevance of it. But if I were to guess, it's...
I think that's most people. Most people haven't even really thought about this. I would say it's in more recent memory for him because he's from India. So, you know, he'll see some more of that stuff over there. But if you're in a more urbanized India, then it's, you know, maybe you don't see it as much. Though I think it's still in more recent memory.
Probably like, hey, we're giving, you know, in a very sort of masculine society or a patriarchal society, we're giving this, our daughter to you for her well-being. Here's a little bit of money along with this to take care of her, to take good care of her.
And the point of this is it starts off the household, right? So you guys are both young. Let's get the freaking household started off on the right foot, and then he's going to do what he's going to do because he's the one making money from outside and bringing it in.
That's probably, if I were to guess, that's the cultural relevance.
Considering the cost of a house, 2 cars, kids, college, and general living expenses, studies show the average cost of a marriage over time is close to $2 million.
Man, you know, yeah, $2 million. I'll tell you this, like, whenever I think about that, because, you know, I talked about this on stream before. It's like if you're having that you're having the marriage conversation and some woman's like, oh, don't you want to settle down? Where is this going? What are we? Don't you want to get married? And then it's like, when you think about this enterprise, like I think about like where I live, right? Like a typical family home, what you're going to need for this marriage enterprise, this marriage journey, right? Is like about like $500,000 is like an average house around here, like a typical one, you know? And okay, yeah, you're already at $500,000. And that's just the price. Listen, we're not talking about mortgage, interest, nothing. Like, let's just be conservative as much as possible. And then if you're going to have 2 kids, right? Because you'd be like, oh, so what does marriage look like? She's like, a house and 2 kids. Each kid is about like over $200,000 to $250,000 for age 0 to 17, right? That doesn't include college, but you know, technically they're adults then. So that's going to get you right around $1 million, right? We haven't figured in mortgage, interest, or any of the other stuff that goes in here. We haven't figured in the cars and all the other things, right? So, you know, it could be around $2 million if you want to sit there and think about every expense that possibly happens. I can see that. Things are getting more expensive by the day. But yeah, for the most part, I'm just like, all right, $1 million enterprise. What are you bringing to that? You know what I'm saying? So let's see what they say.
If marriage is that costly, does it really make sense for one person, the man, to shoulder all of it?
It's not necessarily needed. Like, we both have our own cars. Like, I've owned property before, but I still want a man that can take care of me.
See that? She owns cars. She's owned property before, but she still wants a man that can take care of her. I mean, but like, why can't you gotta be like, well, yeah, I mean, you know, that makes a lot of sense. You know, I saved all this money from my career all the way up until 29, and now I want to get married at 30, like people in this culture do. But that's just my stuff, and he needs to do everything else.
And buy a house together.
Okay, buy a house together. Okay, shout out to you. Shout out to you. Now,
I still want
when she says together, I hope that means financially together, putting down on it, not just putting your names on it together.
And that can take care of me and buy a house together. And yeah, I want someone who can either match me or be above.
Okay, there you go. So listen, again, it's okay for women to say this, match or be above, but it's not okay when men ask this question.
Which one of these broads has the richest father?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
What's the dowry situation?
Exactly.
Let's get down to brass tacks here.
So this is the standard that we have to remember when we're negotiating this stuff. Let me just look at chat for a second. Dowry will always be based on the man's class and income. She had to make herself attractive to the man, especially for monogamy, not the bride price. The bride price was based on the father's financial needs. If a woman is such a price, why did the dowry exist? Yeah, that was a good question. That is why poor women married rich old men in polygamous societies. Let's see. You are right. Even in India, the bride is paid so that the daughter is taken care of. Or I think you mean the groom. They were cheap and inexpensive. I wrote a book on this. It's from the Bible, the book of all truth. Hey, Michael, I think you told us before, but if I remember correctly, you're not like, if I remember, I think you talked a little bit about in your Paul interview, but you're not really like for monogamy, right? As like I think if I don't want to mischaracterize you, but in your opinion, true biblical marriage would not be a monogamous marriage, right? Like it would technically be polygynous, where men can marry more than one woman. I don't want to get it wrong, but I think I remember you saying that, which is interesting. You know, a lot of folks, you know, are obviously on the other side of that, as far as like what's allowed by Christianity, for instance. You know.
Yeah, life's expensive. I think marriage is still worth it, even.
Sure is, especially now.
Even if you have to save a little bit of money. I think people think.
I mean, life being expensive.
That they need to be financially in a good position before they get married. I don't think you should wait. It's definitely worth it.
Now, I hope he also means that women should be bringing something to that to make that marriage happen. You know, it's not just, oh, sorry, guys, I know it's too expensive, but, you know, you can do it.
If your goal is marriage, what have you financially prepared to bring to that relationship?
I love that question. I don't know how old these women are. I mean, you know, maybe they're like mid-20s or something. They could be 27, 28. She's talking about owning properties before, so I'd put her at like 28, 29. I could be completely wrong here, guys. But yeah, it's a good question. If marriage is what you want, and you're out here, like, what have you saved for that? Or, you know what I mean? Like, it's a fair question, especially if people are getting married around 30 these days, right? That's normal. You know, I hate to call it normal, but it seems to be the norm now. You know, people aren't getting married at 20 and 22 and all that kind of stuff. That's pretty rare.
Nothing.
Oh my God. This is the woman that said she owned properties and had a car and all that stuff. Nothing.
Financially prepared to bring to that relationship.
Nothing. No, I can financially provide for myself.
Okay, yourself, but what are you going to bring for the family? Like, why isn't your mind thinking about the family?
But yeah, when it comes
for myself, but
to kids, I need my partner to step up.
Step up. You gotta step up and be a man. All right, man. You know who I keep remembering? I need to have like a picture of this guy on freaking like speed dial whenever I do these. Let's go to my channel. Oh no, live. Where's that cowboy guy? No, here it is, right here. This guy, you guys remember this guy? To be a man. It would, you know, I raised my sons to be a man. See if I can get a bigger one of him. Oh God, come on, where's this guy? And I raised my sons. Damn it. I don't think I'm going to be able to pick him out on this. It's too bad. I don't remember that guy's name. I think, it was on Chris Williamson or something. This guy right here.
The average real man.
The average man and the average real man. I mean, that sounds like those are very two different Oh my God. Yeah, I forgot his name. I got to go back and dig that up later. I need that guy on a poster or something.
Hold that baby for 9 months, and then I can't work because I'm gonna have to take care of the child.
Why is it considered rude to ask modern women what they bring to the table?
I don't think it's rude. If I go on a first date, that's probably going to be the first question I ask a man, and if he asks the same thing.
I wonder if she really means that. Like the first question you ask someone on a date, I don't think that actually happens. Now, I mean, if you're starting to talk about more serious things like marriage, then, the question, what do you bring to the table, is, I can see how that'd be a little bit, but you got to have that discussion eventually. Like, what are we contributing to this? How are we going to make this $1 million, $1.5 million, $2 million enterprise we're going to embark on in this super civilization? Like, what's the plan here? And if it's just like, no, you got to do everything, well, this ain't going to work.
Then I'll respect that too, because he should get just the same amount out of that question that I do.
I think it's rude because they don't bring anything to the table nowadays.
There we go. That guy basically said it.
If a woman brings no money to a marriage, isn't she basically saying her only value is her body?
Yes, absolutely.
And again, that's basically the concubine right there. That is, that's selling yourself. That's objectifying yourself. And I mean, even if you look at these, a lot of these women, it's like they're all freaking plastic surgeryed up, Botoxed up, probably. I can't tell. I'm no expert at that, but a lot of women spend a lot of money doing that because that's how they're trying to negotiate, and that's what they're banking on. Man, let me try to catch up with some of these chats for you guys real quick. I know Michael, I read that Dowry one. Marriage, divorce, and remarriage contracts and covenants. Okay, that's Michael Sayan's book there. Yeah, if you want to tell the folks where they can find that, that'd be great. Elena says they still want a traditional man, but she is not a traditional woman and she has no dowry. Yeah, at the very least. Listen, if you're going to be 30 out here, like, for the love of God, have something. Amazon. Okay, perfect. On Amazon. And again, that book is Marriage, Divorce, Remarriage, Contracts, and Covenants. Shout out to you, Michael Sayan. Hypergamy. Kyle Well says, what better place to conduct these interviews and ask these questions than Las Vegas, Nevada? I mean, I get what you're saying. Las Vegas does have a lot of people going through it, though. You know what I mean? For a lot, I've been to Las Vegas a few times. So there's a lot of folks from all walks of life. And, I get it. I get it. Maybe we'll get the It's Complicated International special coming soon. Mr. Pitt says, the joys of marriage. What's hers is hers, and what's yours is hers. Michael says, Pearl Davis says traditional women were virgins. That is what looses the young girls. Elena says, traditional girls don't exist today because most of them are not virgins and they pursue non-traditional things. Yeah, and, I mean, they don't come from traditional families. We live in a very non-traditional society and culture. Technology that's available at our fingertips here really makes this tough. I mean, family planning isn't really there to help the young people figure out their marriages. It's a mess out here. It's a mess. Watch their facial expressions. Michael Sands says, the Bible allows polygamy. Okay, yes, because I asked you about monogamy, but does not encourage it. It is part of the bride price in unilateral marriages. God was said to have 2 wives figuratively and divorced one of them. That's interesting. I never heard that before. That's, okay. I kind of want to look up that quote just because I've never actually, let me see. Jeremiah, my bad. 3 verses 8 through, verses 8. Hope I got that right. Looks like Jeremiah 3. Let me pull it up on the old King James Version. Here's New International Version. We'll have both of them. How about that? Okay. I gave faithless Israel her certificate of divorce and sent her away because of her adulteries. Yet I saw that her unfaithful sister Judah had no fear. She also went out and committed adultery. Is that... And I saw when for all the causes whereby backsliding Israel committed adultery, I had put her away and given her a bill of divorce. Yet her treacherous sister Judah feared not, but went and played the harlot also. Okay, that's interesting. I have to go back and read more of that chapter. I'd say they are in their 30 to 35s. Yeah, it's even older now, Elena. And, that's why there's so much talk about this IVF stuff. Dan the Man I just got here the song was the first thing that was played, and it shall be played again towards the end. Everybody loved it. I Am the Table. Yeah. Dan, he played the country song version. The thought of having to contribute something to a relationship is the only thing that can overcome the Botox injections and create a discernible facial expression. Women have a GPS, golden pea syndrome, golden pea sleeve. Shout out to Coach. Klaus says, if that's her first question, money is what she's going for. Michael says, the Old Testament, all the fathers of our faith practiced polygyny. I think you mean like the old patriarchs. The New Testament, the Jews were under Roman law and made polygamy illegal and immoral, so Christians continued to teach monogamy. Okay, so if it was up to you, Michael, I'm guessing you'd say that maybe was a misstep, and that technically, though it's not encouraged, like a Christian could still marry more than one woman, technically speaking. That's interesting. Elena says, yep, so true. Traditionalism requires patriarchy and hierarchy. Okay. Moving in.
Absolutely, because what else would she be bringing to the marriage? She could bring support emotionally, but support emotionally 90% of the time for women nowadays is using their body.
To be honest, the support emotionally thing, that I just don't buy that. I think men have to do, if we're going to say emotional labor is this and that, I think men have to do a ton of emotional labor and don't really receive that emotional support when they need it. Like Copper Wire Guy. You guys remember Copper Wire Guy? He had gone through a spool of copper wire that he'd used for like the last 30 years of his career, and he was contemplating his mortality, and his wife comes out and just completely drops the ball, has no support whatsoever. It was like embarrassing. GPS is an acronym by Steve Sandman, which means Golden Pussy Syndrome. Okay, GPS.
If that's true, what separates her from a concubine?
Nothing.
Well, I'm saying if a woman doesn't bring a dowry, then wouldn't she only be bringing her body?
In that scenario, well, I mean, even in that scenario, I don't think anybody, I mean, I would probably stand up for.
I feel like he's got to sit here and figure out, okay, hold on a second. I gotta dance around, you know what I'm saying? Like, ooh, like, he's asking him a really good question. He's like, crap, how do I fit this into the filter of the current culture?
Or for the folks, who think that, like, I don't think they would think that it's just the body that's coming. It's a lot more. I mean, in fact, she's worshipped on the way into the house.
Man, yeah. See, this is getting a little, this is starting to look a little bit like this. A little bit too worship. Come on now. Hold on.
So we have, in India, there's a lot of female gods, and she's just another god.
Considering the cost of a house...
I will say that, India is not monotheistic, so there's polytheism, so maybe it has a different implication.
2 cars, kids, college, and general living expenses. Studies show the average cost of a marriage over time is close to $2 million. If a marriage is that costly, does it really make sense for one person, the man, to shoulder all of it?
I mean, in this day and age, it's not just, we live in a society where both women and men work, and they're trying to meet, make ends meet. So no, I think it's a joint effort.
Now, when he says joint effort, and if both people are working, then okay, yeah, fine. Both the man and the woman are paying into that. And then likewise on the other end, if the woman's going to work all day, and then I get it, the house stuff will be shared. I frankly think they're shared anyways. As far as the household stuff goes, I think this whole 1950s Sean Connery smoking a cigar or something and never ironing a piece of fabric in his life is more a myth than anything at this point. Yo, Steve Sandman. Hey, man, welcome in. Shout out to you. Did somebody say my name? Yes, we did, sir. Welcome in. Christian missionaries told polygamous men to divorce any wife they married after their first wife to become a Christian, which ended up destroying families and homes. They did more harm than good. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it seems pretty firmly monogamous. You know what I mean? So, at least that's my understanding. Elena says, yep, I mentioned you, Steve. Awesome.
Would you agree that relationships evolve over time, sex drive can decline, or a man's income can drop as he ages?
I mean, in sickness and in health.
That's probably true.
So what's the difference between a woman saying, I'm not in the mood or my feelings have changed, and a man saying, I don't feel like paying the bills or I can't earn what I used to?
I'll tell you what, the difference is family law cares about one scenario and not the other.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I wonder how old that guy is. I don't know if he said it, but I missed it. He's like, huh, this is interesting.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Well, the former happens more frequently than the latter, I would imagine.
One's physical.
Yeah, one's physical, the other one's transactional. And like, if they can't pay the bills, like, you could
What
get
even are you good for?
kicked out of your home if you're renting, or not be
Yeah, there you go. You go homeless.
able to pay your mortgage and go bankrupt, where the other one is
just not in the mood.
Why
Just not in the mood.
are men still expected to pay all the bills and lead the relationship?
I swear to God, the just not in the mood thing is something like you really need to throw back at them. You know what I mean? Like if you're hit with that, I mean, like even if it's just like a relationship or someone you know, and it's like the next time they want, I'm not in the mood. Nah, I'm not in the mood. Nah, I'm not in the mood. You know?
While women can opt in and out of responsibilities based on feelings.
I don't agree with that question.
Oh my God, we got to hear that again.
where the other one is
just not in the mood.
Why are men still expected to pay all the bills and lead the relationship while women can opt in and out of responsibilities based on feelings?
Yeah, it's because their responsibilities and the obligations and their contributions don't match in the first place, which is why she can opt out of it and it's not that big of a deal. Hell, even the law doesn't care. So whatever they're selling as their contribution and obligation, it doesn't match the money angle of this. And frankly, families knew that, which is why the dowry was so important for so long.
I don't agree with that question.
I mean, yeah, not necessarily. Women have options. I could be with a drop kick if I wanted to, but at the end of the day, if you can't step up, then see you later.
It should be the same for them.
Because men want the idea to control and lead. And that's like a lot of modern men still hold on to that idea today.
You know, it's interesting. I feel like what she said is another way of saying, she said, oh, to control and lead, but I feel like what she's actually saying is men are holding on to this cultural version of masculinity that they've been brought up with, which is like what Matt Walsh imbues into people or Michael Knowles or whatever. And this is what they think masculinity is. So it's like if you ask a question like
Which
this,
one of these broads has the richest father?
Suddenly, your masculinity gets called into question, but that's actually BS, you know? So she didn't use the word masculinity, but what she's describing, I think, is essentially what encompasses
Can't
that.
step up, then see you later.
Because men want the idea to control and lead. And that's like a lot of modern men still hold on to that idea today.
Why was the dowry done away with?
Thank God. Well, because, you know, society...
Thank God. Oh, man. This guy.
Changed, and, you know, there was realization that, you know, it's just a facet of the past, and...
it's just a facet of the past that was only there for thousands of years.
No, I would say it's not completely done away. I mean, in urban cities, like where I live in Bangalore, it's probably done away, at least in the urban class.
That would make sense, you know, especially in like the super urbanized kind of cities we live in, you know what I mean? Where it's like we have all these new technologies and, you know, India might be going through kind of what the U.S. had in the 50s, but cheaper places to rent. One income might be able to do certain things. You can kind of look at your parents and say, I don't want to do what you tell me to do. We're going to go out on our own and do this because we can afford to. But as the fruits of modernization and industrialization start to go away, then those options start to limit.
Yes. But, if you go to pockets of India, it's probably still happening. But it was done away because, people realize that, wait a second, this is not, it's also the fact that people are more mobile. Like, whatever the reasons were that it started, it just became irrelevant.
What would a dowry look like in a modern society?
Huh.
I think it would look like...
I think for most normal people, and this goes back to his question about this $2 million enterprise, but it's just like, if you guys got to buy a house, you got to figure this out for the family. A modern dowry would be an equal contribution to something like that, to an expense like that. And it's like, listen, once the courts gets a hold of you, it's all going to split anyways if both of your names are on it. So it's like, if you want to be stay at home, put this in here. Okay, yeah, my family gave me this, and this is going to help us buy a house. Then you put your contribution in. But it's at least some kind of contribution, and that way, if the marriage fails, at least the man has some protection from some of the blowback. It's still going to suck in a lot of ways, by the way. Custody and all that kind of thing. Yo, Nasuji, shout out to you, man. Glad to see you here. We got to get some gaming in, bro. We got to stay gaming. Elena says, they ask you for money, tell them I'm not in the mood. Klaus, well, hearing this, two women talking, I wouldn't be in the mood either. They ask you for marriage, tell them I'm not in the mood. Yeah, well, can we discuss this? Where is this going? I'm not in the mood to have this conversation right now. I'm not in the mood to talk. That would drive him crazy. I'm just not in the mood. We'll discuss this later. Just keep hitting them with the we'll discuss this later till they finally just go away. Klaus, Kyle Wells says, James Sexton elucidated this point in several podcasts. All of a man's obligations in marriage are legally enforceable in the event of divorce. Women's are not. Michael Sain says, in the Book of Common Prayer, women made a vow to sexually fulfill their husband whenever they needed it as a duty for a wife in England for much of history. I actually saw something like that before, and I can't remember the exact verbiage, but I think it was something like something in bed or buxom. I can't remember exactly. Let's see. Book of Common Prayer, marriage vows. I don't remember exactly which one it was. I don't know if it was that popular, but if you can find the actual vow, I would love to read that on stream. Let me see if I can find it. I think the word they used was buxom, in bed or something. No. Yeah, Michael, if you find that in there, please put that in the chat. I'd be appreciative of that. I know what you're talking about though, because I did see something like that once, but it was so long ago. I don't know where I put that at. Let's see. Evolution of marriage vows. I think it's actually on a Wikipedia page. Sorry, so now this is going to distract me. Marriage vows. It's going to bother me. Let's see. Sickness and in health. Here's the Quakers. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to find it. No, here it is. I got it. This is where I saw it last time. Okay. Whew. Okay. The wedding vows as practiced in most English-speaking countries derive ultimately from Sarum rite of medieval England. I think this is what Michael's talking about. The first parts of the vows of the Sarum rite is given in Latin, but is instructed to be said by the priest in lingua materna, the mother tongue, of those present. The vows of the first English prayer book of 1549 mostly correspond to those of Sarum rite. Now here's Sarum. So this is what the man says, and it's going to be some old English, which I take the name of, so I take so-and-so to my wedded wife to have and to hold for this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, till death us part. If Holy Church will it order and thereto I plight my trow. All right, now here's what the woman says. I so-and-so take so-and-so to my wedded husband to have and to hold for this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health. To be bonheur and buxom in bed. Uh-oh. Buxom in bed? What's that mean? Okay. Okay. Buxom in bed. I mean, hey, take that to mean whatever you think. Buxom in bed and at board. Oh, not just in bed. Okay. In board too. Till death do us part. Okay. If Holy Church will it ordain. Oh, gosh. Okay, that's what that says. And thereto I plight thee my truth. Okay, wow. Okay, I think we made it, guys. Yeah, Michael saying's right. Buxom in bed. Okay. Shout out to the old school wedding vows. All right. Yeah, maybe that would have had some kind of legal stand. They will not like that today, Michael saying. They will not like that. I can control and lead that woman through that god-awful septum ring. She's a prized piece of livestock for sure. Jack Nicholson's famous line, I think of a man and remove reason and accountability. Michelson says, Kyle, women did not make promises to Jewish marriage contracts. They were unilateral. Only the man made promises that were legally enforceable. That is why the woman was purchased in Israel, because if she didn't make any vows, then she would not have any obligations outside the authority. That's an interesting way to look at it. Michael, many RP guys would say that they don't want her to feel obligated to him. They want her to want him. Yeah, that's going to be the genuine desire. And then, you know, the whole sort of hyper masculine, high value train. So you can get genuine desire. Remember that genuine, yeah, there it is. Genuine burning desire that she is supposed to have for him, right? Yeah, you got to maintain frame, do all that stuff. And then if you're perfectly red pill, that you know, then it'll always be there.
Parents of the female giving money to the husband, or the parents giving some sort of gift, family heirloom.
I think it's the compromises that people do, right? Like both ways. You know, it could be job compromises. It could be compromise on location, or any compromise when two people are coming together from either ways. That could be thought of as a dowry.
What's the difference between being asked for a dowry and being asked to sign a prenup?
Well, you know, a prenup is like, fundamentally in a prenup is one person saying that I'm marrying out of class. Like if you're considering a prenup, it means you're acknowledging that you're marrying the assistant, so to speak, right? The person who has more money is saying this person is not in my same economic class, so I want a prenup to basically shield me from some of the consequences of doing this. Now, yes, I know sometimes prenups can be thrown out. But I would say that is the meaning of a prenup. It's to protect what you're going into the marriage with. A dowry, on the other hand, is signaling a class status, right? Saying, okay, you know, this is our daughter, this is our family's class. Per the market of other marriages within our class, we have a matching dowry that matches that set. And the groom likewise should have something that proves to that matching, you know, dowry value there, right? So it's coming into the marriage with a certain amount is a dowry. Now, asking for a dowry could be a way of actually saying, okay, I'm getting something, I'm getting a fair deal here. That's what a dowry's doing. But a prenup is like, I'm taking a bad deal. I know I'm taking a bad deal. I want to sign a prenup because I'm marrying someone not in my class, basically.
Ah, fascinating. Huh, maybe the same, yeah.
Isn't one getting money up front and the other is protecting money from being taken?
Yes, and to me, the most important point is that somebody who's especially concerned about the prenup knows they're marrying into a family that has probably less. She's got less. You know what I mean? Or hey, it could be her. She could be really rich. You know what I'm saying? This could be Paris Hilton's wedding right here. You know, she might want a prenup. And you know, so that is different there. Prenup is protecting assets before the marriage. A dowry ensures that something is brought on the front end. A prenup is meant to ensure that nothing is unfairly taken on the back end. There you go. There you go.
Yeah, that's a fair way to say it.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, the richer you get, the more likely you are to want to sign a prenup, right? Because you're not sure if she really likes you for you. Although I don't think I ever would.
Kim Kardashian would probably make someone sign a prenup, but would I? Probably not. But, you know, it's just one of those things.
Well, according to Kanye, he should have married Paris Hilton. I forgot that she brought up Kim in this.
Like I said, I haven't really been exposed to prenups and dowry, so...
Of course you haven't, because you live in a culture that's completely gaslighted everybody to forget about this. And, you know, you get to live with 1 foot in, 1 foot out, and the guy needs to step up, according to her, and they got to be able to take care of you, and you don't feel like being a boss babe and being independent, and you just want to be infantilized again, right? Of course you haven't been exposed to that stuff.
It's a bit foreign. It's a foreign concept to think about.
It's foreign concept. We need to bring it back.
If you get married, get a prenup.
No, you can't get a prenup because it invalidates the sacrament.
Really?
Yeah, a marriage is fully giving of yourself to the other person, no strings attached.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my! Shout out to Pearl, by the way. And buzzer for Michael Knowles. Yeah, I don't believe that I mean, I would think Catholic, I mean, they're both Catholic. I would think Catholic people can get prenups and it's fine. Now, ideally, he shouldn't. I could be wrong. I'm interested in your guys', I'm going to make that a poll, actually. Let's see. Does a prenup violate the sacrament? So maybe some of you folks in here are more knowledgeable about that, but that doesn't sound right to me. Elena says, it's dinner time. I'll have to watch the rest of the show tomorrow. No worries. Hey, you enjoy dinner. That sounds fantastic. Enjoy your Saturday night. Enjoy your Sunday. Thanks for even being here and saying hi. Thank you, Shah. I'd love to have you one-on-one, have you on one day to talk about dowry and a bride price. Absolutely. Yeah. No worries. I know we've been meaning to do that. Thank you, everyone. Take care. Awesome. Thanks for being here. She's mid. No guy who is rich enough to want one will look at her. Let's see. The tingles more often than not get extinguished by one of the over 500 icks. Yeah, then burning genuine desire goes away. That, or the man may be nagged and harpied into disinterest. Michael Sand says, Michael Knowles and Trent Horn suck. Simps for the church. Cowell says, forget a dowry. The two British girls can contribute vast sums through immediately collecting advertising revenue on the billboards that they call for. It's all, man. Does McCarran Airport need another runway? Oh, man. Serving up burns out here, man. Okay, well, so far, how many of you guys, 100% of people say no, it doesn't violate the sacrament. Okay, well, yeah, I mean, I've never heard of that. Now, a good question to ask Michael Knowles would be like, okay, well, what about the dowry? I mean, does the dowry violate that? You know what I mean? And I think it would be crazy for him to say it does, only because the dowry was practiced all throughout United Christendom. I mean, you know, the Pope was, you know what I mean? The whole papacy was involved in this and the marriage of people from all strata of society where dowries were happening. So if it was a problem, maybe they would have banned it themselves. But I don't think that happened.
Even prenups?
Certainly not.
If a prenup invalidates the sacrament of marriage, why aren't dowries a better option than prenups?
Absolutely, it would be. I mean, if you're Michael Knowles and you think it is, and it goes against your religion. Dan, man, I actually have no clue if prenup violates the sacrament. I'm getting tired. I'll rewatch stream later. No worries, man. Shout out. Thank you again for the music, bro. The country rock dowry song is good. I saw your comments about the pirate shanty song. I would love to hear a pirate version of the song. That'd be funny. Aussie girls. Yeah, I think they're from Australia. See you, Shah. No worries, man. Thank you.
Dowries back in the day were definitely a better option to keep a household stable, but nowadays, if a female were to give a dowry to a male, it could easily be taken once the divorce happens. So a prenup would be much better to make it so the male does not lose anything from being blind to love.
Why does our society still push traditional marriage, expecting men to pay 100% of the bills, to put the woman in her feminine energy?
Because women don't want to worry about that. We don't want to
In her feminine energy, whatever that means.
be worrying about the
Yeah, wouldn't it be nice to not have to worry about that?
financial stuff. We want to be beautiful. We want to be stand by you. We want to be our trophies. We want to be
This is the Barbie ideal, which feminism has deconstructed.
we want to be beautiful in our presence. We don't want to feel like what you feel like on the regular.
Yeah, because it sucks, right? But again, that used to be shouldered by both parties there.
We are emotional creatures, so we want to feel than actually think logically.
Men's feelings don't matter.
Why are modern men told they shouldn't care about a woman's money when men have been taking dowries for centuries?
I just think they're being told this so that women can get into marriages easier and have a little bit easier lives because, as they say, they're victims. But in reality, it would be much better if it was still a thing today where men actually cared about a woman's financial stability and what they bring to the table.
They have to. They have to at this point. I mean, whatever we've been doing has been proven to be a disaster.
I personally am not as concerned about, my partner's financial position because I'm financially independent, but I can see how that is important to someone else.
King Henry VIII and Julius Caesar took dowries. Were those men not masculine?
No, they probably were.
So why are we told that real men have to pay all the bills, otherwise you're not a real man?
I mean, your favorite Roman general took a dowry, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, even though I said a few minutes ago that as a society we've gone towards both genders being equal and both being, having to work towards taking care of the family, I think we're still there where, if I were to go to a restaurant with a date, I'd still pay for it, right? So men are still, to some degree, seen as a financial provider. That hasn't fully changed, but, maybe a decade later that might change as well, where that question might sort of become irrelevant.
Why does our society still push traditional marriage, expecting men to pay 100% of the bills when women are
Especially tradcons.
working?
Yeah, as I said, that is slowly changing. There are women who feel offended if the men...
And listen, if the tradcons want to say the man needs to pay 100% of the bills, I can see that. I can understand that. But on the other end, to have no dowry or make no mention of that or put no pressure on the bride's family at all is really missing the point.
Pays for the bill. So I suppose, a decade from now, it's kind of becoming all sort of a gray area.
Why did women contribute more when they weren't working, but contribute less now that they are working?
That's a good question.
I don't know if they're contributing less when they're working, right? Because
as long as they're paying.
I mean, I think both genders have stepped up in a family to take care of kids, the house, the kitchen, all of that stuff. The woman is out working now as well. So I think, if I look at my own family, we're both contributing to the betterment of the family. So I would say I don't think they've stepped down. They've in fact, if anything, both the genders have stepped up.
Well, why is it often her money?
Both the genders have stepped up, and it's like a complete disaster. I mean, if he's right. Michael says the Catholic Church adopted the wedding ring as a betrothal ring in 1205. Engagement ring has a long tradition dating back to ancient times. It was a sign that the bride had received the dowry. Now it has developed into the romantic symbol we appreciate today. Okay.
It's her money, but his money is our money.
Because at the end of the day, when it comes down to the financial aspect of the relationship, a man wants to still have to feel like they're the leader. So that's why they came up with the rule. Your money gonna be your
Feeding into an ego thing, into whatever the understanding is of masculinity.
money, and my money gonna be our money. It's still giving the man the control that they want.
Do women want to be independent while also being provided for? And if so, who's more delusional in their wants?
Yes, I can speak to that myself. I want to be independent.
That's those Australian ladies. Like that's what they want. They want to be independent but still provided for.
But I also want to be baby. I think it's the security blanket of knowing if you have someone that's financially stable in the event that you don't or something goes wrong, they could help you.
Do you think men fully understand the risks of marriage, or do they overlook them in pursuit of love?
No, I think men know the risk. They definitely know the risk today.
Well, if they didn't know it before, they do now. I hope so. And if you don't at this point in 2025, I understand it's a lot and people need to learn somewhere, but I don't, I do feel bad for people. But sometimes I'm like, man, if you're making this decision and you take a wildly bad deal, no negotiation for yourself, you want to be this hero, and then you get screwed on the back end, it's very hard to feel bad for that kind of person nowadays.
They definitely overlook them in the pursuit of love. I see a lot of relationships end in horrible divorces with men losing a lot of their money because they were blind to love or blind to their attraction to the female.
Yes, love blinds.
I have 2 kids and 2 boys. Like I know men are slightly less emotionally smarter, to be honest. So I would say, yeah, they're not, we probably do prioritize love over all those other thoughts.
Have men been blinded by love, or is love more important than the financial reality of sustaining a 25-plus year marriage?
I would say on aggregate, I would assume that men are blinded by love.
There's a lot of talk about men being more logical and stuff. And I think in certain situations, yeah, but men also can be very much manipulated by women emotionally, and it takes a lot of understanding to be able to understand why that's happening and try to make sure that's not the case. But men have failed that test for a while. And hopefully that's changing nowadays. Who let Jabba the Hutt near the mic? Oh, man.
Would be my guess.
At what point in history did marriage work the best?
That's a good question.
I think back in the 50s, maybe. In the 50s and the 60s.
I would say any time that it was a fair deal. See, everybody wants to say the 50s, right? It's like that sort of modern American TV dinner family, the 50s. Oh, and that's what it would seem like tradcons do a lot too. It's like, well, like they're talking about this version of marriage. But that was, last week we played a clip of Coach talking about just that, about how that sort of version of marriage is just this small blip in history, and he talked about like immediate preceding history about that. And then, the folks we were reacting to were talking about that. And that's where we got this sound effect from.
Which one of these broads has the richest father?
Yeah.
But it's interesting. Yeah, people do, when they think about it, they're like, oh, yeah, the 50s and families. And a lot of that is probably just TV propaganda.
And the men were working.
The TV was like new back then.
And the women were at home.
Did traditional marriage exist before the 1950s? And if so, why does that seem to be everyone's model when the arrangement was completely different throughout history?
I don't even know about marriage before the 1950s. I think that's...
See, God bless this woman. She seems like a nice lady, but I think she represents a lot of people. Like, I don't even know what it looked like. And not many people do. And it's like, well, if we looked at that and we remembered that, I think it would give us a new perspective on what's going on today.
What they put in our faces, like that was the time when it was more on television, more...
On television. Think about it, I don't know exactly, what was the television there's when the TV was made, but then there's when it becomes more ubiquitous in the household. When was the TV invented? My beautiful, beautiful CRT Toshiba 27-inch right behind me right now. Okay, it says the first successful electronic television system was invented and demonstrated by Philo Farnsworth. Hey, that's the Futurama guy in 1927. However, the concept of television predates this, with early experiments and systems emerging in the 1920s. So how about this? When did the TV become affordable for most families? Because it was probably made in the 20s, but okay, there we go. I mean, if this is to be believed, television sets became affordable for most families in the late 1950s and 1960s as prices declined and production increased. Yeah, there you go. So then it became, so now everybody's getting a TV, and you got TV in here. Like before that, now there was propaganda. I think I was talking to Raymond Thoughts and Minds dad about this, but he was talking about the radio, and everybody listened to the radio. And, once you got TV in, but I think it really creates this image of like this American family, and they're all sitting down watching the TV, and they're all doing this, and they got their little TV dinners right there and everything. So that's a fun thing.
People wanted to be married because that's what they put in front of us.
That's a great question. Traditional marriage was very different back 1800s, 1700s. Beyond that, it was a very different tradition than how it is nowadays. I think it's just changed significantly because media has corrupted people to the point where they just follow other people's opinions instead of following actual traditions or themselves.
And if someone's, hey, shout out to It's Complicated for giving me a shout out here at the end. Also, Klaus, you made it to It's Complicated channel. I want to congratulate you. Congratulations to Klaus. When I first watched this episode, I was like, "Oh my God, he put me in here." And it was like, anything you put on the internet, it'll end up somewhere. But I didn't expect it to be in here, and then, 30-something thousand views on this. But Klaus had asked, then men shouldn't be shamed for not wanting to provide or not marriage. And here's me, probably more excited than usual. Gonna sit here and shame me for not wanting to be a provider. I don't give a damn. Sorry. You know what I mean? Now let's go look at the dowry system and see how it used to be. Oh, you're bringing nothing. No, then yeah, I'm not going to be the primary breadwinner. You're going to have to bring something. I don't give a damn. I'm very comfortable here in whatever the hell masculinity happens to be. I was like almost out of voice. I think this is probably like the 4.5 hour mark. The fact is you're not getting a free ride. All right. So that's just that's what men need to be like on that level. Yeah, and if they don't like it, then you can ask them this.
Which one of these broads has the richest father?
Yeah.
And if they can't answer that, or
what's the dowry situation?
Exactly.
Let's get down to brass tacks here.
It's not all about money. It's about love. Yeah. It's about you being in love, and then she's over here trying to, get a freaking free ride. You remember we read about the lottery winner effect? I wish I could find that Eliza Philby article. But that, oh gosh, I don't know if I'm going to be able to find that. Eliza Philby, she was that dating expert guru that was on, I think it was the Diary of the CEO with Scott Galloway. Man, I freaking deleted that article. Okay, yeah, no, she was the one who wrote Inheritocracy. Dang it, I might be confusing the name with somebody else. What was the name of that lady that was on the Diary of CEO with Scott Galloway? The Hinge lady? Let's see. Scott Galloway. Diary of the CEO. Maybe it'll just pop up. We reacted to it. Oh, here we go. This lady. Yeah, I think I got her name wrong.
Ask you, have you?
All right, come on. Come on now. Oh, it was Logan Uri. I think it might have been her who was talking about that. Damn it. Oh, no, yeah. Yeah, I've been saying Eliza Philby paste. Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah, see, this relationship science, the famous research on lottery winners shows this. A year after winning, and this is from the lady that was having the masculinity debate. She basically worked for Hinge, and then she got married at like 30, and she was just like a resounding success or something. Let me just try to look it up on here. Okay, yeah, so and this is from her Reddit. Like, this is better than a news article. This is her writing it. Here are the things that matter less than they do for long-term relationship success. Money, oh yeah, shouldn't work. We adapt to our circumstances, even if that means acquiring a lot of money. This is like a woman locking down a guy, winning the hypergamy game. The famous research on lottery winners shows this. A year after winning the lottery, people are about as happy as they were before they won. So, I'm basically here saying like, okay, so if Tyrese Gibson marries this woman or whoever, whoever you can think of in that kind of situation, that woman's like, hell yeah, I locked down this guy. That's tight. It's like winning the lotto. And then like a year later, she's bored with the guy. She's just as happy as she was before the marriage. Probably not so much. And then that's it, So that's from Logan Uri. I misquoted that as Eliza Philby. So that was wrong. Michael Sayin says marriage was at its best right before every wave of feminism. Feminism was a push against morals, spread in healthy marriages, which women called oppressive. Klaus says this is hilarious. Very much so. Yeah, we gotta finish your spot, Klaus. You made it. You made it to It's Complicated. In fact, you're not a real woman if you're not bringing nothing. All right, a real woman would be able to do that. I mean, really, this gives us the ability to completely turn around and mirror their BS right back at them if we want. Exactly. You know, and just as a clarifying, you know what I mean? People, it's not about trying to go back in time, right? I think we're dealing with new circumstances that we've never seen before. But it's like when you're hearing extremely delusional things from the other side, this gives us an ability to throw some of that back at them and say, okay, well, you know, what's the dowry look like? Okay, you want to, yeah, somebody's a high value man and this woman wants to marry him and just suddenly be a lottery winner. And then he can be like, okay, yeah, let's have a serious discussion about this. So how big is the dowry? Nothing? Your parents are giving you empty-handed into marriage? Is your family not ashamed of themselves? What kind of a trash family do you come from? I mean, you can really have some fun with this. Now, I'm not trying to hurt feelings, but at the very least, I'm trying to pop some bubbles with this. You know what I mean? Like, okay, so you guys got nothing? Damn. Huh, can you get your dad on the phone? I need to talk to him.
Which one of these broads has the richest father?
Hi, Mr. So-and-so. Yeah, your daughter and I are having a conversation about marriage right now. And, you know, we're trying to get things figured out, especially for creating a happy home and getting y'all some grandkids. Exciting! And then you can be like, so what is the family contribution going to be from your guys' side? You know, dowry-wise? That dad, how he probably be like, oh my God, I'm angry. I'm angry at these folks. We got a lot of comments to go through right now, folks. So we're hitting almost 3 hours, but I really appreciated the conversation on this video. If you want to know when marriage was at its best, look at the waves, then go back a few years. Mr. Prince says, drop some art in the Discord. Let me know what you think. Oh, man, dude, I love the stuff you guys come up with. By the way, I want to give some shine to Ahmed. I don't think he's here today, but he's in the Discord, and he coined the term MADA, men accepting dowries again. I do want to go here and just give him some shine because I kind of like that. It gave me a good laugh. Oh, man. Oh, crap. Oh, here it is. So this is from Ahmed. Shout out to Ahmed. Maybe we'll see him next time. But he said, man, I can hardly wait for this weekend stream. We need Shah to be the leader of the Manosphere 2.0. Oh, man, that's high praise right there. MADA, men accepting dowries again. I like that. You know what I mean? It can be like, hey, MGTOW or MADA, like MGTOW until MADA. You know what I'm saying? It's MGTOW until somebody makes an offer worth taking. I'm going to put that in the poll. Do you guys like MADA? Men accepting dowries again. I like it. I think it's an interesting thing to think about, at least as far as an acronym goes. You know, I don't think these things can really be forced, but it's interesting to think about. I don't know, you know, when you think about this stuff, and I think about it because you guys make all these great organic things, like the music. I love the music and the artwork. Oh, speaking of artwork, let me get to Mr. Pitt's artwork here. No free rides, dowry or bust. Man, that's badass, dude. It's a nice motorcycle right there. And I just got my haircut, so it looks kind of like that a little bit. Thank you, man. No free rides, dowry or exactly. That's exactly how we got to be right there. What if I told you women used to bring a dowry to the table that matched the class status of the man, or else they didn't get married? Dowry is high society, kept the check on hypergamy. Man, I gotta save this to my computer. Oh God, Rivendell. Real quick. I love this. Daddy, I'm in love with Aragorn, and I want to marry him. If it would make you happy, my child. Oh, thank you, Daddy. Aragorn asked whether you will give him Rivendell after our wedding. What? Give Rivendell to Aragorn over my dead body? And then here's the fellowship. They got to go on this dangerous journey. And I wish you luck in this impossible to fulfill, deadly, dangerous, suicidal mission. See you later, Dad. There's Aragorn. He says, hee hee, goodbye, sucker. Namariel, we won't meet again. That halfling with the ring came just in time. Yo, I love this picture, man. This is so great. This is amazing right here. Kind of reminds me almost like a Game of Thrones-esque armor, but it has like a Hobbit sword. Because in The Hobbit, I think Bilbo's sword would glow when there's orcs by it or something. Yeah, we got to help Dowry out over here. We're going to get her back into a place of respectability. You know, she's going to be looking a lot better than this. No disheveled hair, a lot nicer clothes. We're talking jewels, fine fabrics. You know what I'm saying? And just, we don't stop out here. So Dowry's going to be looking real good. She will become the queen she deserves to be. Again, Mr. Pitt, thank you so much for that art. Matta sounds like Drizzle in its infantile form. Yeah, it kind of is like that. And you know, I like the soft guy era stuff because of that, because the soft guy stuff presupposes a type of negotiation. You know what I mean? And it's like, it asks the question, what are the women bringing to the table? You know, especially since you're working. How could you not pay for my Uber? Oh, I told you I was hungry and you didn't even DoorDash me anything. Like, there's all these funny things. And this is in a similar vein of negotiation. Like, the real main theme here is about men remembering how to negotiate for themselves. And men have been gaslit. Men have been leashed by, you know, masculinity as utility, masculinity as self-sacrifice, masculinity as disposability. And by looking at this, you know, from an anthropological approach, from a historical approach, it's like, oh, wait a minute. Wasn't how it always was. So that's the important thing there, you know, and I hope it can do something to, you know, just give a little jolt to snap guys out of it a bit. Then they can at least remember that. Men accepting dowries again. Kyle Wells says, sorry, mister, but I simply can't accept this open son-in-law position for anything less than $250,000. Exactly. And the D tier house in the event of your passing. Seriously, have you met your daughter? Man, honest to God, you know, and it would be a good reflection for the father to finally think, what is my daughter worth? And like, make him have to lean into, no, my daughter's a princess and worth everything. All right, if she's such a princess, then how come you haven't saved a penny for her marriage? You know, why haven't you encouraged her to be saving for her own marriage if she's got a master's degree out here and she's working? You know what I'm saying? Instead, it's like, well, I could provide for myself. Well, yeah, men can provide for themselves too. But a family is a joint enterprise, especially when it comes to marriage. So, listen, I'm just living in this world at this point. Like, a lot of this stuff isn't going away. You know, I don't think the women's vote's going away anytime soon. Emma Vigeland from the Majority Report, this lady.
What's the dowry situation?
You know,
Let's get down to brass tacks here.
That mentality isn't going away. As men, ultimately, we have to parlay with this, you know, and there's tradcons over here and there's liberals over here giving us a hard time. And this is yet another thing to serve as a shield and a sword to get them off our backs and put some pressure back on them. I like that, Kyle. That's some good negotiating right there, man. Shout out to you. The open son-in-law position. Trevor, thank you so much for the donation. Man, that's very generous. Uh-oh. Donation, please. I appreciate that, man. That's all hard-earned money. I respect it. Men can only make logical decisions when they gain wisdom from their own or others' experiences. Yeah, and I mean, it'd be nice to have a mentor or a father figure there to help you with that. Put the man in his first relationship. He doesn't know any better whether he's being respected or manipulated until it's too late. Yeah, you know, I've said this once on the stream before, and I am of the opinion that I think a guy is lucky if he gets his heart broken very early on. Like, if you're in a relationship and you get your heart broken and you're like low leveraged into it, like you guys don't have kids, you don't have a mortgage together, like, it sucks. It emotionally sucks. You know, you feel like you wake up, you want to get hit by a bus because it sucks. I mean, that's terrible. You know what I mean? But once you're past that and you're like, you get over it, like you learn something from that. You really change. You can spot the BS from pretty far away. And I know Myron Gaines. He's the guy that says like a guy should be with 50 women before deciding to get married, which, part of that's probably hyperbole. He might say it's literal. I would like to think he says that because maybe that's kind of what he's driving at. It's like, get your heart broken once or twice or whatever, and then you can at least spot, like when you have someone switch up on you and straight up like betray you, then you remember that and you learn from that and you can spot. Then you look back, you remember what happened. Like you remember when things change. You remember, like, now you're more aware of the energy changing and the stupid things you were doing, not understanding. Then you become an expert at that. Like, man, I kind of believe that Shannon Sharp, I really believe Shannon Sharp he never got his heart broken or screwed over that badly until like recently. Like, I think some guys can go through their whole life and not get their heart broken. And if it happens later when you're like 3 kids in and a mortgage in and it's 12 years down the line and you get your heart broken and then you're just like, damn, what happened? So that's why I say if it happens early on, then, so be it. I don't know. Maybe Shannon Sharp got his heart broken before. What was his, was he married and divorced a few times or what's his deal? Sharp has 3 children. Yeah, I don't know. You know what I mean? It sounds like he finally just ran into the one that just really, really let him have it, so to speak. But that's always been kind of my opinion on that. Michael Sand says, dowry will never be practiced as long as women have the right to vote. Well, listen, that's what I mean. I don't think we're going back. I really don't. Some people would say, well, it's probably heading for a collapse. It's probably heading for a collapse, and you know what I mean? And then after that, we'll see what happens. But if this is going to be the norm where this is what it is and half the jobs go to women, then the way we negotiate needs to be different. Man, I like this sound effect, but once men wake up from the gynocentrism, this is how they feel.
They played us like a damn fiddle.
Yep, absolutely they did. Absolutely they did. The emotional manipulation's crazy. Wouldn't dowries put the husband in their masculine energy? I think so, because it's like if both parties are coming with something, then it's like when your wife acts up, or like you have to stand up for yourself so you're not getting bullied by them, you're more likely to do that. But if you got the sword of Damocles over your head and you're just praying to God they don't unilaterally no-fault divorce you, and you're the provider here, you're going to be sitting there bending backwards like, oh my God, she's not in a good mood. You know what I mean? And it's just like, oh, what can I do to make her in a good mood? And then you're calling John Deloney, and John Deloney's telling you to do 20 things, and then it still doesn't work. Otherwise, if both people are equally invested, you can be like, so go get in a good, like, go figure it out. Your bad mood isn't my problem. Like, you're depressed? What's that got to do with me? Whatever the hell you need to do, but you can throw some of that back at them so that you don't end up in this terrible spiral with them. That's more like it. Michael Sand says, women got the right to divorce in the United States right after their first wife. Marriage Women's Property Act became law. Yeah, I think something similar happened in the UK, and that's what ended coverture. Because back then with coverture, it made dowry more of a thing. So then when they ended that, then it just wasn't. I think that was kind of the first steps. But I think you talked a little bit about it on your interview with Paul Elam, which I found it really interesting about some of the history there about the states and them wanting to get away from the Church of England and why divorce got taken over by the state. That was some good stuff. You guys had a good conversation. Kyle Wells says Emma Vigeland is what happens when Rachel Maddow takes a 24-hour break from lesbianism and has a one-night stand with Satan. I feel bad for those guys who get cheated on by their high school girlfriend. whom they married and had a family with. Man, I know what you mean. Let me tell you, when I worked at child support, like I saw a lot of cases. I saw a lot of bad stuff. But the ones that like really tugged at my heartstrings was when I would look at the screen and I'd see all the family members' names and they all had the same last name and they were getting divorced. Then I'd like actually really feel bad. I'm like, man, a beautiful family is getting destroyed right now. And like, that would actually make me feel really like, I'd be like, oh, this is sad. You know, they tried to do it the quote unquote right way, you know, and they ended up in this system. That sucks. You know what I mean? So I know what you mean. Yeah. And a lot of those stories, it was like that. They did meet, you know, really young and they got married and then, you know, this happened and then it's just like, oh, that sucks, you know, and I'd see all kinds of wacky things over there. But those ones specifically, because I would imagine like, man, both families came together in the wedding and the mom and the grandparents were, well, there weren't grandparents at the time, but both, you know, both of their parents were there and everybody was happy and they all had speeches and this and that, and it was solemnized or whatever, and the pictures were taken, and now they're over here dealing with this crap, and it's done, and it's sad. Dowry was to replace the lack of ability to produce income in the marriage. When women entered the workforce, the dowry went away in the U.S. Yeah, it'd be a contributing factor. I mean, basically, yeah, and it would make sense that it went away because of that. The issue is tradcons, who are undercover feminists, but what they want to do is sell this kind of lifestyle back and say, okay, well, yeah, she's supposed to stay at home and do this, but then it's like there's no dowry on the other end of that. So, and then you know, then there's no fault divorce. It's just a disaster out here. All right, 3 hours in. I've been talking a lot today, so my voice is getting a little dry. I had to leave a comment on this video, and I appreciate that he pinned it, but I said it's amazing to me that people have forgotten how commonplace the dowry was, especially in Western civilization. Societies that emphasize monogamy required the dowry as a way to encourage men and women to marry and set up new households. The dowry is also a check on hypergamy. If a woman didn't have a dowry, she didn't marry. If a woman wanted to marry a quote-unquote high-value man and didn't have a matching dowry for his class level, she didn't marry him and instead married someone within her own class. Men have been culturally conditioned and gaslit into believing they need to be gynocentric sole providers and pedestalize the women through romantic chivalry, right? That's this. I'm glad I have this book within arm's distance. It's high time we start calling out tradcons like Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, and others who shame men into being sole providers while not also expecting women to make any financial contributions to the marriage, or at least expecting their families to. Strong masculine men throughout history have expected and received dowries. Expecting women to bring something to the table doesn't mean a man isn't masculine. So pretty freaking awesome. There's one comment I really liked that I want to read. It's pretty long, but I thought this guy was very interesting. Men are in love, women are in business. I feel like if Coach Greg Adams sees this, he's going to be like, of course, didn't give me credit. There should be quotation marks here. There should be a dash here that says CGA right there. Oh, there we go. They're already there. So, mine is mine and yours is ours, the eternal slogan of women and collectivists. Dowry was a payment for taking on the liability of a woman. As a man, you have to provide everything for the woman and keep her safe. Women treat a wedding like it's owed to them until they have to participate in the marriage. Then it's a burden on them, keeping them from acting like they are single. Another good one there. These women are so toxic. We are emotional creatures. We want to feel, then actually think logically. Yep, that's how it goes down. The father of the bride used to pay for the wedding. That in itself is dowry. I don't agree with that. That's not a dowry proper. Remember, lads, the profession is the oldest for a reason. And no matter how they go about it, the hustle, as is the song, remains the same. Dowries were ended because girls hated that their father got a massive say in who they married. Well, yeah, if you don't want to... Listen, if the family says one thing and thinks one thing's going to be a good idea and you don't want to go along with it, then yeah, you're basically disinherited. And it would be the same for the son too. I mean, you know, so it's not just women. I mean, the sons receive pressure on that end. Like, hey, this looks like a really good deal. You should take it. There's one scene from the new Count of Monte Cristo. It's the French version. The French just released a Count of Monte Cristo serial. Well, I don't know what you call it. It's like a 7-part TV series. And there's a scene in it that I saw where, this nobleman and his son, they're leaving some other house and they're in the back of the horse-drawn carriage, and he goes across and he like holds his son. He's like, he's like, what are you saying? Have you heard how big her dowry is? I got to find that scene for you guys. I'll try to have it by next week. 2 freaking Count of Monte Cristo things came out. There was a 7-part series, and then there was like a 2.5-hour movie, and they're separate projects. And I can't remember if it's in the movie or if it's in the freaking TV show. Bro, who is this guy in the camo hoodie? Absolute legend. Yeah, that guy was pretty good. The more I hear them talk, the less I want to have anything to do with them. It's kind of like Klaus there. He's like, I'm not in the mood. The more I hear them talk. His money is our money, and my money is my money, the single biggest red flag possible. I like how you can tell that one smiley dude was gracefully taking the points that countered his worldview while screaming inside, holy crap, these are good points. You get married for the kids. It used to be shameful having kids outside of marriage. Yeah, it's just nature to be taken care of. This is probably untrue based on how much work women used to do in the past. We need to bring back marrying for putting women to work. Yeah, I mean, and women have worked. This whole thing is just, it's weird. The guy with the camo hoodie is based and gives me hope. The answer is the coffee give. I don't know what that is. Are infuriating and really expose how immature and selfish they are. I want to be independent, but I want a man to provide for me. He needs to provide for me because I want to look and feel beautiful. I don't know what level of delusional they are. Here in Europe, a dowry from the woman's extended family is to provide the basic material resources for the woman to survive in case the husband died, had the effect of a term life insurance. If that woman had children from that man, she would have been dirt poor widow for the rest of her life. Simps were rare at that time. Prostitution, not that financially rewarding and dangerous, and the marriage to the government and its social benefit institutions was not invented by it. Well, yeah, I mean, the welfare state has enabled a lot of things going on here. So yeah, I'd say this is one of the purposes of it, but not all of it. I think he's still missing some things. He's so back. This guy's into monogamy. I hate when people round down. A few years ago, 38% of first marriages ended in divorce. That's close to 40, not 30. Yeah, I think that guy who said the 30% thing just did not have it right. Man, I'm trying to find this one, guys. I don't agree with the question. LOL, like what? I didn't know you could disagree with questions now. First guy gets it wrong. It's not 30%. It's more like 40 to 50%. Oh yeah, that's what I see too. As soon as I hear partner from a woman, I'm out. What business are we going to run as partners that isn't marriage? Partner exists either in business or homosexual relationship. There's no partner in heterosexual relationships. Damn, where's that guy's comment? His name's Mordim. If you guys spot Mordim, say something. When asked what someone brings to the table, too often the answer is measured. Oh, yeah. This guy right here is all about the romantic love. He's just like, is too often measured in titles, income, or influence, as if love were a business deal and hearts were assets to be appraised. But the true worth of a soul in the relationships lies far beyond wealth or status. Gold cannot comfort you in the quiet ache of midnight. Oh my God. I need a gynocentric sound effect. I mean, this guy. Let's see. Women came up with your money is my money and my money is my money. Okay, here's Morty. This is a long comment. We're going to read it because I thought it was good. There's even a comment here that says, I rarely read long comments nowadays. Your comment was well worth my time. Thanks. So let's go and just read this long old comment right here. What is a dowry? It is the price a woman pays to marry a man. Figuratively speaking, it is the groom price. I wouldn't say it's exactly right. I'd still say it's a pre-mortem inheritance endowed to the woman. But yes, it does help attract a higher status man, or at least a similar status man. The complement is the bride price, an amount paid to the woman by the potential husband or his family. People confuse the two because dowry is more euphonic. The phrase bride price sounds like you are paying for the woman, which makes it sound transactional and disgusting. That's why anthropologists changed it from bride price to bride wealth. Literally why this book is titled, oh man, I got so many books stacked on each other. Why this book right here is titled Bride Wealth and Dowry. Cambridge Papers on Social Anthropology. So yeah, anyways, but the term dowry, by convolving and ambiguating the meaning, sounds more polite due to being more covert. Why is marriage framed as something men must provide for? Because men have most property. Traditionally, a dowry was paid by the father of the bride or the son-in-law, because the need for capital when starting out was greater than self-provision. If your father-in-law buys you a plot of land and a fair number of goats, sheep, and cows, then you can maintain and grow your flock. But if you are a young man just starting off your earning curve, you may not be able to buy the animals to start the snowball. You completely lack the leverage your father-in-law has effortlessly. Meanwhile, if you look at women's lifetime earnings, you will notice that while feminism has led to longer periods of women being net producers, it is still only a few years in their mid to late 20s where they are an asset. And this part is true right here, because like the main thing for me is I think they put way too much pressure on young men nowadays, you know, and Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles, they're all guilty of this. You know what I mean? And it's like, it's just you. There needs to be some help from the prior generations in this process if we want it to kind of work out and be ordered. Women aren't demanded to pay for marriage because they have no means to really pay for it, just like the young man can't segment a part of his flock as self-divestment when he has no flock. When women are at peak beauty, the main ways they can accrue money involve sexual overtones. Maybe they sell their bodies or maybe they sell their appearance. But either way, the leverage they have is very temporal and also tends to reduce the relationship value estimate men have for them. A woman could bring $1 million into a relationship, but if it involves having a large number of sexual partners, many men will not accept the proposal. And if she does modeling, the related shifted sense of male attention will similarly cause more men to lose interest. I don't know. I think $1 million, she'd be able to find some suitors out there. The reason dowries are given is to vastly reduce risk to the father-in-law. That's an interesting perspective. If the father-in-law wants his daughter married and taken care of indefinitely, basically saying, hey, be monogamous, he needs to counterbalance the cost of doing so. And since the father-in-law is responsible for the personality of the would-be wife, he has to give the dowry to get the potential son-in-law to give the girl a chance. The father-in-law is motivated in that if he raised her right, he can spend less on the dowry than it would cost to maintain the daughter through the end of life. He can divest himself of the responsibility for the daughter, in large part by getting some other man to accept responsibility for her. And something necessary to understand is that the dowry is to get the son-in-law to give the daughter a chance. It is not conditional on the success of the marriage. If the daughter is a B-word and argumentative, the son-in-law can return the daughter to the father. Now, they do make that hard in certain societies where divorce ain't allowed. Oh, man. Modern dowries are generally in the form of excessively expensive weddings, which, I mean, that doesn't make sense to me. They still occur, but men don't realize what is occurring. Now, that's interesting. It seems this was the origin of the word simp, as far as I could tell. That's an interesting paragraph right there. Modern dowries are generally in the form of excessively expensive weddings. They still occur, but men don't realize what is occurring. It seems this was the origin of the word simp, as far as I could tell. Yeah, I'm just not being aware of what's actually happening. Why was the dowry done away with? It wasn't. Simpletons did decide that it was an affront to their dignity to accept provision or mentorship from previous generations. And when these baby boomers matured to adulthood, they similarly selfishly refused to give said mentorship to the subsequent generations. Yeah, we got a major dropping of the generational ball here. What would a dowry look like in a modern society? A trust with the son-in-law and the executor of the trust as the executor of the trust. That's an interesting suggestion. So it would be a trust with the son-in-law as the executor of the trust. Depending on what the potential son-in-law does, there would be different investments. One investment option is to buy the home and then resell it to the next generation at a valuation based on son-in-law's earnings. So if a son is $700,000, the father-in-law may pay 90% in effect by buying the property and selling it to the son-in-law for $70K. Another option would be to give to the trust or a company started by the son-in-law investment. The reason to use a trust is to get rid of capital gains. Traditionally, dowries were gifts, which means they are taxable by capital gains. I don't know about that. It's an endowment for the woman, but we have inheritance taxes today, so I can see that. If they were donations to a trust, they wouldn't be taxable. What is the difference between being asked for a dowry and being asked to sign a prenup style? Prenups get thrown out of court, but so do horses and pigs. Isn't one getting money up front and the other preventing money from being taken? Not really. A dowry is giving to the son-in-law regardless of the success of the marriage. It is getting money up front and preventing it from being taken. If the dowry wasn't given, it would remain in the parents' estate and would be bequeathed in line with the document called a last will and testament or a next of kin. Prenups make women excluded from robbing the husband, and they offend women due to that undertone of immoral behavior. I think it's the undertone of immoral behavior, but it's also the undertone of you and I are in two different classes, and you're not bringing the same amount to the table that I am. And they don't like that. They don't want to be told that they're actually in a lower class. And this is what we need to remind people, you know. And then when they don't accept that, then we can tell them their entire family is also whack too, because they didn't save nothing for her. Kim Kardashian would never sign a prenup, quote unquote. If that is who I think it is, she would always sign a prenup because the assets in question would be hers. But if you listen to what is being said, you can hear the echo of it being a request made of low status women and thus an insult. Yeah, there we go. He remembered to put that in there. Why aren't dowries a better option than prenups? Because they are intergenerational. A prenup is a last resort dealing with the relationship participants without respect to the extended family. But a dowry requires the father-in-law to have assets. Another dowry alternative is for the father of the bride to pay for the son-in-law's education. The problem with this is, again, inflated real estate and education costs with lower expectations of returns. Another thing considering old social norms is the grandchildren born in the relationship where the son-in-law's kids legally, and there was guaranteed grandfather of bride paternity. Giving assets at the beginning of the relationship is worth more than retaining them at the end. Yeah, that's the difference between prenup and dowry. But the end comes from risk with the risk the wife presents. If a woman walks away from a marriage, she doesn't walk away with nothing like she did during the heyday of dowries. She would walk away with the endowment of her dowry, basically. She presents a risk that can only be mitigated with the denial of unjust and unconstitutional legal precedents. This is where we are now with current family law. Why are men being told we shouldn't care about a woman's finances when we have been taking dowries for centuries? He says millennia, not just centuries, but millennia. And he's right. We have been taking dowries for millennia, and dowries aren't from the wife, but the wife's family. This is true. And it's not really just from her father. It can be from any next of kin. And sometimes it's from her mother, depending on what dowry her mom got when it was her time. And some of those can be significant. And dowries that are, they're actually the wife's property. And those always then become her children's once she passes away. So sometimes, you know, that's the case for them there. We are told this because many fathers of the bride can't provide dowries, and by making men feel it is shameful to accept dowries, the wealthy class can spurn and put down those just starting life. Man, I think this guy who wrote this comment's really interesting. You can tell this guy's been looking at it for a while too. I got to read it again. He says millennia. We have been taking dowries for millennia, and dowries aren't from the wife, but the wife's family. We are told this because, and he's answering the question why we shouldn't care about why we're shamed for asking them what they bring to the table. He's saying we are told this because many fathers of the bride couldn't provide dowries. This is them not accepting what class they're really in, by the way. And by making men feel it is shameful to accept dowries, the wealthy class can spurn and put down those who are just starting life. It would be better if men cared about women's financial stability and what they bring to the table. It would be better if women didn't have access to all finances men have, with denial of it being called withholding. Or more minimally, if women's complete access to men's funds meant that men had a complete symmetrical access. If I went to a restaurant with a date, I'd still pay for it. He says that was also women's traditional duty. Men would pay for activities and women would pay for sustenance, which is why women would often make picnic baskets as the meal for the date. You know, that's really interesting. I kind of remember seeing that when I was a kid, you know, like a man and a woman would go on a date or something, and even in like TV, and like they'd go on a picnic and she'd have the picnic basket with all the stuff she made at home, and they got their little picnic spread, and I guess he'd pay for whatever the other stuff, the activities, like he said. That's a really interesting way to view how dating is. So the guy pays for the activities and the woman pays for the food. I don't know why. That, for some reason, seems like it could be true. Oh crap, there's a poll I forgot to end here. 12 votes said 91% like MATA. All right, men accepting dowries again. Hey, shout out to Ahmed for that. Thank you. And I say so far for now we can run with that and see if it picks up. Okay. Gosh, man, picnic sounds pretty good right now. Women were expected to know how to cook in the relationship, and cooking during the getting to know one another process was proof. At what point in history did marriage work best? He says 4000 BC. Do you like having clothes? I like having clothes. Perhaps the most underrated pickup line. Why does everyone base it on fiction about the 1950s? Oh, he added the word fiction. Because parents haven't been taking care of their kids for generations. And so mass media have become a surrogate parent. And the problem with farcical tales presented to children when they are meant to be experienced by adults as indulgence, is that the kids don't know what is accurate and what is farce. Yeah, I mean, I think we've been so corrupted by media and TV. We don't remember how all this stuff is supposed to go in the first place. But it's hard for us to separate the truth from the untruth. Like, what is illusion created from our sort of TV media molded reality versus what people were actually doing? Whether you tell your kids stories or not is your choice, but they will be told stories regardless. The amount of neglect for children would horrify most humans of most time periods. Man, shout out to him. Yep, well researched. The man pays the dowry marry. I don't know about that. Yeah, well, he's talking about Old Testament bride wealth. Okay, yeah, I think that covers it for now. That was a lot. We're at the 3 hour, 20 minute mark. Oh my God. We have an imposter in the chat. Yeah, I know. Who voted no? Let me catch up with the chat real quick, guys. Shah, do you have a nagging harpy sound effect? I don't, but I feel like I need one. The only one I have that's sort of like that is this.
Won't somebody please think of the children?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I think I need to get. We need to get a good nagging sound effect. Bride price is a form of buying a wife as a man would buy a slave. Those in ancient times understood this. The woman did not get any say who she married, and she did not make any vows. That was an interesting discussion you had with Paul about like vows and duties and obligations and how that stuff worked. Klaus says, what's going on with the survey? We have an imposter. Yeah, we do. Michael says it was a purchasing contract between the man and her father. The only difference was the duties. Okay, let's see if there's anything else. This is interesting. So I'm going to watch this later, probably on my own time. Just, it looks like she didn't react to the whole episode. A dowry would be a great source of money if it came without a wife. Ancient Roman quip. That's pretty funny. No, a dowry wouldn't pay for the lifetime of hell on earth you'd receive. A big part of the dowry was to encourage the would-be husband to take the daughter out of her family's home. If not, she becomes a burden on her parents and the household. So that's interesting. It looks like Gone with John did one also. I got to check his out. I'm going to watch both of these on my own time. And let's see. I had another video. I feel like we don't need to watch this one. You know how we're kind of keeping up with LFA? Says most women prefer beta guys, but dudes are staying single. I don't know if this is anything groundbreaking, so I don't think we need to watch that. There was one Reddit thread I had that I thought was kind of interesting. And it talked a little bit about where this is just a Reddit thread, but it's talking about just, I thought it was a pretty interesting comment, and it just shedded a little bit more light on dowries. And someone is asking, how did fathers pay for such large dowries for their daughters? And I think she's talking about the characters in a Jane Austen novel. So this person says, it's legitimately confusing now because it was confusing even back then. A young woman's dowry or portion could come from a lot of places. her mother's settlement, as stipulated by her parents' marriage contract. This can include the mother's own dowry as well as any funds the father or his family settle on the mother at the time of their marriage. This is, by the way, where the Bennett daughters get their portions. We are told that Miss Gardner, Mrs. Bennett, brought 4,000 pounds to her marriage, and her settlement was 5,000 pounds. Therefore, 1,000 pounds must have been contributed by Mr. Bennett or his family. The main issue with this is that the portion will only come to the daughters, the daughter or daughters at or after the mother's death, as the principal is tied up in investments so the mother can live on the interest if she is widowed. This is called a jointure. Her father's income as invested, earned, accumulated, or saved over the years. This is where Miss Bingley's and Mrs. Hurst's portions come from. Money earned by the family, most likely their father in trade. Another relative's income as invested, accumulated, and / or saved over the years. It was not at all uncommon for a grandfather with only with an only son to save money separately for his granddaughters, especially if his son was unreliable with money in some way. A bequest or inheritance by a more distant relative that was earmarked in the will as the young woman's portion. Let's say Anne de Bourgh never marries. We don't know if Rosings is entailed. We only know that it's not entailed from the male line. But even if Anne can't bequeath the estate itself to anyone she wants, she's perfectly permitted to bequeath the lump sum of her savings to, say, a daughter of Colonel Fitzwilliam or even the Collinses. Land, as stipulated in a contract or will, or just given by her father. In Austen's time, there were still women whose dowry was not in money but in land. These tended to be old, land-rich, cash-poor families with tons of unentailed patches of land scattered throughout the country. I should add that a dowry or portion was a specific amount of money or land set aside particularly for an unmarried woman's marriage. An heiress, like, say, Emma Woodhouse or Anne de Bourgh, might bring an estate or a half interest in an estate to her marriage, and people might carelessly call it her dowry, but it would not be considered her dowry under law. This is in part because lands legally considered estates were subject to certain rules of inheritance and ownership that random patches of land suitable for dowries were not subject to. These rules are far beyond anything I can explain either here or otherwise. I just think it's an interesting kind of window into English specific law. So that's kind of interesting. Gosh, I think there was another one that was pretty good. Fascinating. Thank you for your explanation. Do you know what would happen to the marriage settlement if the couple didn't have children? Would the dowry revert back to the wife's family? I think yes, pretty much. If the dowry was settled permanently and irrevocably on the lady and she outlived her husband before dying without children, she could dispose of it in her will. If the husband outlived her, absent other stipulations, he would be her heir, and the property or money would become an unentailed portion of his estate. Okay. In either case, the child-free elder could use it to establish a niece or goddaughter or similar. A settlement could include stipulations that in the event of the bride's death without issue, the property would revert. Here's a blog post, but the best part is the second book noted in the references. The last thing to note is that people of large fortune in Austen books are in no way representative of the population of England at the time. They are at the top of pretty well-defined hierarchies of class and means in their local areas. Austen herself was in the fuzzy mid-layer, so that's interesting. Murder of Crow says, I saw one guy get shamed by his date when she met up with him. Oh, crap. Let me just bring this up bigger for me. I saw one guy get shamed by his date when she met up with him at the park and he had a fine picnic with wine and a game of Jenga. She filmed it as she arrived and him saying, "Welp, too bad." Man, it's so terrible. It's so mean. It seems like in the same vein of like when a guy brings flowers to a date and the woman gets the ick, basically. This was probably like super ick for her. Like he had the whole picnic basket. He had sandwiches made. Oh my God, they're all wrapped up neatly. And then he had like the official picnic blanket. You know which picnic blanket I'm talking about? The one that has like that red and white stripe. Picnic blanket classic. He had that all laid out. Like one of these right here. You know what I'm saying? He had this ready. Oh my God. And he was like, hey, you know, I had all this ready for you. I hope you're really impressed. And she was just like, oh my God. I can't take it. Oh, let me see. Classic picnic scenes. You know, I kind of want to go on a picnic now. Picnic scenes. Picnic food can be pretty good. You know, it's like sandwiches. Yeah, he had the whole picnic out right here. He had it all set up just like this. Oh, right here with the flowers too. Yep. And then he brought her there. He was like, oh, I got such a great day planned for us. You know? That is so mean though, man. People can be so mean. She probably went in there and she was like, I got to get out of here now. This is creepy. This is creepy. That is mean. Thanks for watching me on Paul's Substack. I am the worst interviewer. Oh no, I enjoyed it, man. I was waiting for that one for like a few days because I know that I think you had mentioned it here. I can't remember. I think you told me, but I knew it was coming, so I was like, man, this would be great to watch. Let me just show it on here so people can see it. Also, Dr. Baskerville, I'm losing my voice. Dr. Baskerville and I did one recently too, so that one's up now. Ooh, I gotta go look at that. 7 comments. And this is Michael Sands right here. So yeah, if you guys wanna check that out, let me just put that in the link. I want more people to watch this one. It was a fun discussion. So that's cool that you do that. Do you normally do interviews, Michael, or is that not like or not really? Yeah. Let's see. Let me get rid of that guy. I think that's about it for Dowry today. Of course, I can keep talking about it. I kind of want to look at this just for the sort of funniness of it all, but part of me thinks it's probably not going to be that interesting. Michael said, "Yeah, I was too ashamed to tell you when it came out." No, but you told me that you did the interview though. So I was checking, I just didn't see it, and I was like, man, when's it coming out? Trevor, would you agree? I think you told me, maybe I'm tripping. I can't even remember now. Would you agree that as upward mobility is declining? Oh crap, sorry, I'm losing the chat. Trevor says, would you agree that as upward mobility is declining, dowries are becoming more inevitable if we are to avoid a population collapse? I think a lot of people are going to have a tough time, but I think certain families and certain people will figure this out. I have a sneaking suspicion that very well-to-do old money families are still doing this to some respect, and that we just don't hear about it. So I think they will weather it fine. I do think though, organically, as the pressures get worse, people will start to kind of remember this. And I do think we'll be flying through some turbulence here for sure, but I think some of this will start to kind of become like, hey, something from this needs to kind of come back and have a little bit of a resurgence, or at the very least inform how we negotiate marriage. I don't know what that looks like, but I do know that it will be something that changes to accommodate the current circumstances we are in. Just how marriage transactions of the past have always been changing based off of how circumstances of the environment or whatever changed along with it. We are now encountering another one of those, Young people are having a really hard time creating families. They're living at home with their parents. Their parents didn't expect to have their millennial, I want to use the word children, but grown adult millennial offspring with them at this juncture. And people who are coming up are going to be watching that, and they'll probably be thinking, okay, this is, I had a discussion with Post Millman. Shout out to Post Millman. I need to have another one with them soon. We're going to be having one on the Peter Wright Chivalry book, co-authored by Paul Elam. And, people with kids, they're got to be looking at that. They got to be seeing this disaster and thinking, okay, how do I help them avoid this? I want what's best for my kids. It's going to become a thing. Like, it's something about this thinking, I think, will be revived to inform the issues we have now. Murder of Crows. I like your username. That's pretty cool. Murder of Crows says she shamed him for over 10 minutes. Wow. A 10-minute shaming, man. That is, I would have just I'd have left the picnic basket there. She could keep the blanket if she didn't want to get out. I would have just had to go. Like, all right, this is getting crazy. I mean, I can't sit here. I would have been gone. I would have been back in the car. I would have been gone. I might have even just scheduled a freaking flight out of town. I think I need to rethink what I'm doing because I made a whole picnic basket. I did all this stuff. I had little sandwiches. They were cut in triangles. They weren't even cut in rectangles. Like I cut the crust off of them things. I made homemade jam. I put it in there. I thought she was really going to like that. You know, I brought Jenga out there with me. It was going to be a metaphor for us building our life together. You know what I mean? Like, okay, these are all the pieces of our life. Let's build this huge little thing. Uh-oh, here's a problem in our relationship. Are we going to be able to survive this? Let's pull it out. And then, oh no, the whole thing collapsed. What could we have done differently? Damn, 10 minutes. It was sad, but the guy stood up for himself. Good for him. Hey, yeah, shout out to him for that, man. Quite well. She posted it thinking she was getting a win. Can you imagine? Man, if you have that video, please share it or tell me the username. I'll watch it. You know, let me Google that. Guy gets shamed by woman for picnic. Woman rejects man for his first date picnic idea. Okay, this might be it. This could possibly be it. This may be it. I wonder, there seems to be more than one of these. Oh, yeah, this is it. This has the Jenga. This has Jenga. All right, my internet's working really. All right, here we go. Here we go. Huh. Oh, here it is. Okay. All right, let's just start it over.
It's supposed to be for us, the wine? It's huge.
We don't have to finish it. We can just drink anyone that we don't finish.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. So he's sounds like he grew up somewhere else, and he's just like, oh, you know, let me try this, you know, modern dating thing, and you know, we'll have a fun time. So they got he had wine, he had the stuff packed in the nice canisters. Man.
I can take it. I can take it. Do you want to take it?
No.
No, yeah, we don't have to. You know, it's better to be big than. So imagine now we start drinking and it finishes. You won't you'll be angry at her. So that's why I brought the gigantic size, so that whenever we can drink all of it, or we can whenever we're tired.
He's definitely explaining himself a lot. Be like, yeah, it's for us. God, the minute she pulled out the phone, it was.
It's a little.
Hey, shout out to this guy, man. You know, he's got his shirt all nice and. You know what I mean? Sandals, they're outside. He's got a fresh haircut.
Okay, I guess. Do you want the one mango? That's supposed to be for who?
Oh, no,
I mean, you cut up the mango and you share the mango. And it's your job to cut. I mean, how about she do something? Grab the knife, act like you care, cut up the mango, be like, ooh, let's enjoy this.
I forgot to cut it. I was in a hurry because I thought I was running. If I knew we were going to be 45 minutes late, I would have had time to cut.
Wait a second. Was she 45 minutes late or was he 45 minutes?
I was in a hurry because I thought I was running. If I knew we were going to be 45 minutes late, I would have had
time
to...
So she was 45 minutes late. Damn, come on. You're 45 minutes late to this? It's probably a Saturday. How hard is it to be on time?
And the one water bottle? What? I
was thirsty. You know,
it was hard. Oh, so you drank mine?
No. Okay, let's assume I drank mine. You can have that one.
Okay.
You can eat everything. I don't even have to eat.
I want it to be staged. Like I want it to not be like if it's real. Like it's bad out here. This guy is the incarnation of kindness. He very much is. He seems like a very upstanding gentleman. Many chicks were commenting things like, "Girl, you crazy." Well, I don't know if I can see the comments. I might. I'll try to see that. Yeah, Michael says done a ton of interviews. Oh, so you've done plenty of them. I'm just really bad at it. I see. I feel it. Paul Elam said he couldn't post it on YouTube because it could be seen as causing a riot and insurrection. Yeah. I was wondering, but you know, I was wondering and not listening to it. I was like, I think I might be able to guess here. Why this might have happened.
I don't know. I prefer a restaurant. I don't know.
No, we can go on the second dates. We can go to a restaurant.
Okay.
You know, but you know, we can play games. I did the game. We can do beer pong and Jenga also. So I did. Do you like candles?
The candles are the only thing that are up to par, but everything else.
She's got to be. I mean, I don't know, man.
I don't know. This is not my kind of date.
Oh, what kind of dates do you usually go?
Like a fancy restaurant. There's so many. We're in Atlanta. There's so many good ones that we can go to.
Oh, but you said you've been single for like 4 years. So when did you go to this restaurant?
Alone.
By
Even
yourself?
single, yeah, by myself.
Okay, so you don't like any of
The candles are nice, but that's it.
It's okay if you go to the restaurant by yourself then, because I thought this was nice. I don't know if you don't like it. It's okay.
No, I mean, I appreciate, but no. I don't like it.
All right, well, I'll see you then. I'm just gonna hang out and eat. There you go. He's got the right idea. I might as well just start eating some of this stuff, and yeah, I'll see y'all later then, I guess, or never again.
I tried.
Okay, so you're gonna eat my fruit?
Did she bring the fruit?
You don't want some.
You said you bought the organic for me.
No, man,
I don't get it. She's not happy with the picnic. I thought she's going home. Like what?
Well, I don't even know what the difference is. I feel like
This must be like her version of flirting.
they just do that to increase the price.
So if you didn't want to take me to a restaurant because of the price, you could have just said that.
No, it's not a price thing. It's not really a price thing. Although by the time, before you even make it inside, you've already paid.
Man, I do not agree with restaurants for first dates, man. I will always firmly be like a coffee guy or something just small like that. Because, if you guys see each other and it's immediately not good, you don't have to stay that long. You know what I mean? And with restaurants, it's just like you can sit there. There might be like a little bit of a, when you order, let's say you get seated fast. Let's say you got a reservation. Then you order, then you got to wait for that. And like within like the first few minutes, you can probably tell like, man, this may not be a,
$40 for parking in Atlanta. This whole thing did not even reach $20.
Oh, okay.
But it's not a price thing.
Yeah, I don't think this is like for me.
I'm just saying, but it's not a price thing. But it's okay if it's not for you, it's fine. I'm long overdue a picnic for myself.
By yourself alone?
No,
Hey, this guy went from wanting to do a picnic date to becoming MGTOW. See, he's basically like, well, yeah, I'm going my own way now.
Self-care. Sometimes things don't always work out.
True. I don't think we worked out.
I can see that. But look up. Do you want the mango?
No.
Oh, she's crazy. Mangoes are good.
Okay, now. Did you? Oh, your car is over there.
Yeah.
He's just like, oh, yeah, well, your car is there, huh? Maybe you should start walking to your car.
I just go, you're not going to walk me out or anything?
I don't see the point. I mean, what's the point?
Well, you could be a gentleman,
A gentleman.
If I leave these fruits, they might fly or something, man. All these raccoon and like, what do you call all those squirrels and stuff? They'll just...
Okay.
She needs the bear to walk her out. Let me see if I could see the comments. I think I need to log in. Oh no, here's the comments right here. This is why men don't try anymore. Poor guy, he really put effort in. Hope he finds someone who will enjoy his effort in picnic. Daryl, bruh, you dodged a bullet. Go find someone who appreciates strawberries, mangoes, and Jesus sandals. I feel so sorry for him, poor guy. Poor guy, he looks so nice. I'm crying. He deserves so much better. Anyone can go to a nice dinner. Picnic takes max effort. It does take some effort. I'll say that. Good idea, buddy. Let that one kick rocks. This is a cute date idea. A nice little picnic. He put in effort like she's a snob who deserves better. They don't appreciate nothing. Daryl, self-care is important. Just enjoy yourself. Daryl loves his sandals. Daryl is always unbothered. He does seem like a pretty good dude, man. You know what I mean? God bless the man. This is such a cute date idea. I actually think better than a restaurant. This the guy from the mall vid who didn't want to buy the Apple Pen. If he's in another vid, that would be a little interesting. She didn't get it. You said you've been single for like 4 years, so when you go to a restaurant. That's so sad she couldn't see the effort he put in. I want to cry for him. Hopefully he finds someone who values thought and effort. I think Daryl's gonna be changing a bit soon here. You got the plane. Yeah, we needed that one for the passport, bros. Man, I feel bad for the guy after a minute. Yeah. You know, I think he's gonna be all right. It could be a lot worse, right? It could be a lot worse. He could be finding this out later on. It's good to get this up front. Dating is part of romantic love. It works against a strong patriarchal society. Dating is bad. Well, yeah, I mean, you know, that tends to be the individual is in charge of you know, finding their own partners and this and that. It kind of excludes the family. There you go. They can fake the big O, but can't fake to care. Dating is simping. Trevor says, I prefer a restaurant. Be my guest. You can cover the bill as well. Yeah. 400 weeks of simps versus 1 Jeremy Meeks of pimpin'. Gosh, Jeremy Meeks, man. That guy is from a city that's literally a 40-minute drive south of me. He's from Stockton, California. And Stockton, California has a reputation around here. It can be kind of rough over there. Imagine going out of your way to do something special for your first date with the girl and end up being embarrassed on the internet as your reward. I know. Dating is creating quid pro quo. The more you spend, the more the woman is expected to sexually perform. I mean, at this point, dating is just, it's all short-term front-end stuff. You know what I mean? It's just like, okay, you do this, you do the song and dance. Maybe you get laid, maybe you don't. That becomes a thing. And then she tries to get you to give more, whatever. Maybe it works, doesn't. I mean, I got to give credit to the red pill guys. You know what I mean? Because the red pill guys did figure out a lot of stuff there. You know what I mean? Red pill stuff, intersexual dynamics was more about moving from overt communication to covert and taking advantage of that. Now, of course, it's just about getting, you know, at least that stuff is more about sleeping with multiple women and this kind of stuff. But it gave guys a way basically to throw back, I don't know, to say, all right, well, okay, we're getting exploited this way. Then they're going to start exploiting the other side that way. Good or bad is up to each person's opinion, but they figured out what was going on there. Jeremy Meeks, man, I remember that guy. That's the mugshot guy. Mr. Pitt says romantic gestures get punished in 2025. Exactly. Yeah, like this is like embarrassing for her. It just doesn't work, you know. So that's a ick for her. That's a nice park table with the canopy. Yeah, I like that too. Looks like a nice day out there also. This guy is going to be at the JUCO by the end of the year. Yeah, it's like we watched a guy go MGTOW in real time. Hey, shout out to you, Tactitus. Charcuterie board and all. He had that. This guy's got 2 games, by the way. He's got beer pong. He's got the wine glasses. He's got Jenga. It's like, what do women like to do? Let me think outside the box. Like, let's go back to different times. And she just was not feeling it. The fruit looks good, though. I'm glad he's enjoying that. Murder of Crows. She even shamed his counter proposition to her previous shaming. Typical borderline personality. Yeah, like, I want to believe it's a skit because it's almost like, why don't you just leave? And, I mean, he probably told her it was a picnic idea. Like, why else would she be showing up to a park, you know? She better take me out to a 5-star restaurant and pay. As someone who hates the sound of cutlery, glass, and plates dinging against each other, the quiet picnic surrounded with nature is a way better place to have conversations and getting to know someone. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, you know, like when I look for a place on a date, I look for a place where it's like, I have gone on dinner dates and stuff before, but I typically look for like a easier place. Coffee kind of fits that bill. Could be other stuff. And I try to find one that's within walking distance of something interesting like this. So it's like, okay, you can get coffee from over here. And then it's like, hey, let's go for a walk. Then we walk around the park for a bit. You know what I'm saying? And then you sit on this bench over here. And then you're going to use the same exact line that always works. You're going to sit there, wait for a pause, and you're going to be like, so are you a good kisser? And you're going to say nothing. And then she's probably going to say something like, yeah. And then you're going to say, okay, prove it. And then you're going to say nothing. You're just going to stay quiet. And then she's going to do the rest. Okay, she's going to cross the Rubicon then. And then y'all are in it to win it. All right. And then hell yeah, you'd be like, okay, that's pretty tight. That happened. And then if you feel like going somewhere like, hey, you kind of hungry? You want to get some food right now? Like if it's actually been a while and you're starting to get hungry. Yeah, I agree with you though. What's a JUCO? Oh my God. Murder of crows. What is a JUCO? What is a JUCO? Well, that is a term coined by the great Coach Greg Adams. You know what? Let's actually see what Google has to say about this. All right, now Coach Greg Adams was he was a coach for like women's basketball or some kind of women's sports. JUCO is a shortened term for junior college, a 2-year public institution of higher education that offers associate's degrees and transfer opportunities to 4-year universities. Okay, so Coach Greg Adams talks about the JUCO a lot. Now let's look at the Urban Dictionary definition of JUCO. If it's even in there, actually. Oh, come on, Coach. I'm sure someone put it in there. No, looks like it's not in there. Damn. Well, Coach uses it as a, I believe, euphemism for young ladies. Okay. But it's a little bit further than that. It's also what he calls the dark side, which involves, you know, sugar babying type sites. So that could be the JUCO because it's typically younger junior college aged women that are on there, and they're usually looking for what they call sugar relationships with older men, where it tends to be a fun time for them. Oh, look at this. Coach's Locals right here. He definitely discusses the JUCO. See, here's Coach Greg Adams' Locals. And if you sign up for his local, he tells you all about what the JUCO is. Okay. Touring Arizona State, heard the JUCO and the carousel was litty. So it's a euphemism for like, you know, young ladies there and older men relationships. Yeah, there we go. Mr. Pitt says, oh man, the junior college CGA uses it to describe the relationship between an older man and a younger woman. Monetized dating. Yes, there you go. I also like the concept of Coach's monetized dating marketplace because it's like it matches a little bit. Like I can see a little bit of parallels there with if the dating place is monetized, then like why wouldn't the marriage marketplace be either? You know what I mean? And if the dating marketplace we're dealing with is monetized, then something like a dowry or some sort of marriage transaction would make sense in that type of environment. Okay, seeking arrangements. Okay, yeah, if you know what that is, then that's essentially what it is, you know. So Coach calls I'm doing a horrible job, but you know, he says the dating marketplace is monetized. He'll show plenty of examples on his streams where he says, these are your future wives, gentlemen. And you have women telling on themselves, basically saying that they've sold themselves in their younger years to men, to, you know, older men or whatever for money. And then they go and, you know, then they want to get married later and all this kind of stuff. So it's a euphemism for that pretty much. That was, let's see. That's the last thing I got. The other thing I wanted to talk about, there's been a coordinated effort. I feel like my voice is going out, but there's been a coordinated effort of articles coming out in Australia, UK, and US, pretty much coming after manosphere stuff, and they're coming at it from a new angle. I might need to do a full stream on this, but basically they're saying that manosphere content is affecting men's mental health. So they're trying to ground it in mental health, and they're basically rolling out new content to get men away from it. So this is something we can all expect to see in the space. And it's just a different tactic from what they did before, because now they're trying to ground it in this kind of, you know, science of psychology and mental health and all this kind of stuff. I wanted to read an article for that, but I think I'll save it for next time just because I want to do a better job of discussing that. I think we could probably skip the LFA video. Let me see. Where is that? Holy crap. I don't know. However you guys feel about, you know what? I'll just put this in a poll. I feel like I could be locking myself in. Watch. Well, good luck undoing the red pill. Yeah. Watch the LFA vid. Maybe we can watch part of that. I don't know why. I found this and I was like, maybe this can round out the stream, so to speak. I am getting a little exhausted, I'll be honest. Seeking Arrangements is the JUCO's main campus. There you go. Well, good luck undoing the red pill. Yeah, I mean, it's probably, I think that's here to stay. Okay, we got 100% on this. This is from 2 days ago. I don't know why. I just figured we put it in there. I don't know if he's going to say anything particularly groundbreaking. I've just been kind of following this guy's journey because, I don't know, you know, we reacted to a few of his things, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. You know what? Let's just go for it.
What's up, brothers? Hope everyone's doing well out there. Had to make me a run to Dallas yesterday.
Also, I've been thinking about doing an after show, which is just me gaming on the CRT. One of these days, I'll get some cameras set up for that. Also, I wanted to ask you guys, damn it, I already put this poll up. Let me just end this poll. Maybe it's too much. I don't even know if I can handle it, but do you guys think a Wednesday stream would be a good idea, or is 2 streams a week too much? Is 2 streams a week... Damn it. You know what? How about this? Is another stream on Wednesday evening a good idea? I'm just going to put yes or no. It might be too much for me to even do, but I'm wondering about you guys. Like, I'm basically wondering, like, who would want to watch one of those in the evening alongside a Saturday stream? It just might be too much. You know what I mean? Trendy psychology claims, TikTok science. Yeah, that's what it seemed like. And it just seems like a worrying new trend into how they're going to kind of come back and push back on this space.
Yesterday evening.
And they need to start doing it now, you know what I mean? Because I'm sure they want to be ready for this next election.
Came home late. Only slept for about 3.5 hours. Did a little work today. Came home, cut a little bit of grass. Went and hit the gym. It's only about 7 o'clock, so I figured, you know what? I'll turn the camera on and I'll come out here and I'll shoot the shit with you guys for a little while. Anyways, I bumped into this lady. Hadn't seen her in a while. And we got to talking and she said, "How come you don't have a family?" This is a lady I've known for a little while. Hadn't seen her in quite some time.
That's a tough question right off the bat. But, all right, you know, let's see what he said.
And,
real quick, iTrevor asks, would the Wednesday stream be the same or as long as the Sunday stream? I don't think so. It would be like max 3 hours, probably like a 2-hour stream. Maybe even an hour and a half, only because, you know, it'd be like a weekday night. There's no way I could do a 5-hour stream on a Wednesday. I mean, I could do it, but it just wouldn't be a good idea. It would probably be from like 7 to like 8:30, 9-ish if I did it. If young men were happy in their lives, manosphere content would have no influence on them. Don't blame RP content for resonating with young men. Ask why it does resonate with them. Exactly. I can't make it on Wednesday, but would watch later. Okay. Yeah. And I figure a lot of people be like that because it's like a weeknight, but I don't know. I'm just seeing what Mr. Pitt says. The more streams, the better. Try asking about different days of the week, Tuesdays, Thursdays. Yeah, that's a good idea too. I picked Wednesday because it's just like the furthest away from Sunday. So it's not like, Tuesday would only be a couple days later. Wednesday be like, okay, half the week goes by. But yeah, if I did a weekday night stream, it would have to be a lot shorter, just like probably like an hour and a half, like one thing basically. Or the Saturday night streams are the real like tavern streams. Where, so I don't know. I'm still thinking about that. I'm still thinking about it. But so they're going to attempt to gaslight RP by telling men the cause is only gross misperception. Yeah, you know what? Let me find one of those. Let me find one of those right now if I can. Oh, damn it. Oh, man, I got some messages here. Let's see. 1 second. I just gotta go back on the on yield. Come on. Shoot, no, that's not it. Oh, wait, was it this? Might have been that one. Real quick. I know we're supposed to be listening to LFA. Okay, I think this is one of them. Oh, crap. All right. Here's one from Australia. This was sent to me. Peter Wright found this. Shout out to Peter Wright. Most young Aussie men are turning to masculinity influencers, and it's impacting their mental health. Okay. Now, this is Australia, but it mentions a study that was done in the US, UK, and Australia. Yeah, I think it's just important to go over this now. I know I wanted to save this. In short, a report from Movember. Movember is supposed to be some pro-men organization, but I think they're kind of a front group. Shows most young men in Australia, 68% are turning to masculinity influencers. I wonder why. And it's having an impact on their mental health. Uh-oh. Oh, we got to save their mental health. Of those who regularly engage, 27% of Australians feel worthlessness, even though men also report feeling motivated while watching the content. Yeah, that's the 5-hour energy when you see an Andrew Tate short or something. What's next? An expert is calling for greater regulation of social media platforms. Now, see, that sounds like censorship. I don't know how this would go over in the U.S., but there'd be a lot of First Amendment folks out here that would not be happy about that. As well as more literacy education. Can somebody say indoctrination camp? An online campaign will be rolled out next month to counteract negative content. So basically, big money's coming in, and they're going to probably ask the algorithm to promote their stuff. You know what I'm saying? Does this not sound weird to you guys? Online masculinity content is mainstream and wide-ranging, far broader than the toxic Andrew Tate-style manosphere or incel culture touched on in the hit Netflix series Adolescence. Uh-oh. It includes fitness and well-being, relationship and career advice, personal discipline and self-improvement. A new report out on Wednesday shows more than 2/3, 68% of young Australian men engage with masculinity influencers, and it's shaping their identity. Okay. The Movember Institute of Men's Health surveyed more than 3,000 men aged 16 to 25 across Australia, UK, and US. So this is multinational. to find out what impact such content was having on their lives. We came in with the health lens. That is the key here. So this is what, Peter was bringing this to my attention. We were talking on Twitter. And it seems like this may be a new angle that we got to stay vigilant of. No one has done that, said Dr. Zach Sadler. No one has done that. Uh-oh. Could this be the new thing, guys? Is this the new angle they're coming at us? Said Dr. Zach Sadler, Global Director of Men's Health Research at Movember. Yeah, I'm starting to not have the best opinion of Movember. Anyways, he said getting rid of content on social media because it was dangerous was unhelpful, as there was no causal evidence to suggest that was the answer. Okay. Young men who regularly engage with masculinity influencers have more optimism about their personal futures, have worse mental health outcomes, report higher levels of engagement in risky health behaviors, place greater importance on self-reliance and emotional control, prioritize ambition, popularity, and wealth and friends over trust and kindness, hold more traditional attitudes towards women and their roles in relationships. Oh my God, the tragedy. Report higher levels of frustration around dating. Okay, I mean, is this because of the content, or is it because they're having trouble with this and then they're seeking out the content? Like, what is it? What? The influencer trap. The report revealed young men were turning to masculinity influencers for motivation and inspiration, which could be attributed to feelings of emptiness, isolation, and shame for young men, Dr. Sadler said. 27% of those who follow masculinity influencers experienced feelings of worthlessness, compared to 23% of men who didn't actively engage with them. I just feel like the guys who are going to be more likely to engage with it anyways have a higher predisposition of feeling this way. Versus the guys who don't seek out this content. So I feel like there's something they're not accounting for here. Dr. Sadler said it was a double-edged sword. They tell us that they feel empowered, like they're enjoying and feeling motivated by this content. And yet those who watch more are fundamentally far more distressed than those who don't, Sadler said. So is this people who've never watched it, or is it people who watch it less compared to people who watch it more? Because it seems like he's talking about people who don't engage with it versus those who do. But maybe they watch it a little bit. So Nick Robinson, a 26-year-old who works on a farm in rural, what is that? That's not Wisconsin. I want to say Washington, has experienced anxiety since he was a young kid and said he's susceptible to some of the standards set by male influencers. Now, yeah, I know there's a lot of rage baiters out there, and there's a lot of the hyper masculine stuff that can have an effect, but I don't know. This thing, comparison is the biggest thief of joy, and I stand by that forever, he said. It's crazy. It's like when you look up women's stats of watching social media and the effect it has on women's health, are they funding different kinds of content to sort of thwart what the women are seeing also? Or is it just when men do it? There's been periods where I've used exercise as a coping mechanism. I'd go to the gym 3 times a day before work, after work, and at night. There was a period of my life when I was very unwell doing that. Masculinity content followers are also twice as likely to engage in risky behaviors like taking steroids or diet pills to achieve the perfect body. Sounds like some looks maxing communities. For Mo, 19, it was signing up to an influencer's entrepreneur program, which cost him $1,000 and got him nowhere. Oh man, people need to stop doing that. Okay. Interesting. Influencers have this crazy lifestyle, rented out Lamborghinis, rented out Rolls Royces. This is the hyper-masculine focus. They try to sell you this big dream that you can get rich within a month, within a week, you'll be a millionaire, he said. Yeah, it's like, sounds like the Hustlers University stuff. Dr. Sadler said by not engaging with young men about why they're leaning on this type of content, we're overlooking their unmet needs and won't be able to offer an antidote. Okay, yeah, I can agree with that. Klaus says they're still misrepresenting PUAs as the whole red pill. Exactly. That's really the huge problem here. So it's like they'll take the worst of it and say this is what they're doing. Murder Crow says, could it not be turning to RP is because of mental health impact of overwhelming obnoxious boss babism? Yeah, I think they're kind of conflating the order of operations here. Klaus says they made an error. They wanted to write it's impacting the financial health of women. Yeah, exactly. iTrevor says 3 hours Sunday and 2 hours Wednesday, or up to 5 hours Sunday stream only. Max 5 hours per week would be best. That's not bad. I think you mean to say Saturday, or maybe it's Sunday for you over there, huh? I just realized that. Okay, yeah, so the normal stream could be 3 hours, and then with the 2 hour on Wednesday. That's not a bad idea. The 5 hours can be a bit much. It just really depends what I got to go over. I'll probably call this one another 20 minutes. Let's see. See you, Shah. Thanks for the show. No worries, Michael. Thanks for being in here, man. I appreciate you dropping the information. And again, I enjoyed watching your discussion with Paul. I don't think you're a bad interviewer. I think you're being tough on yourself. I listened to that whole thing while I was like working, and I thought it was pretty good. So yeah, I wouldn't worry about that. There's still, or my bad. Oh yeah, it's Sunday for me. Oh yeah, that makes sense. The problem with defining masculinity, almost 3/4 of men who lean on masculinity influencers believed men need to be stoic to control their emotions. That was 76%, compared to 57% of those who do not engage with influencers. While 67% of men engaging with influencers believed women should fulfill traditional roles as wives and mothers, compared to 43% of non-engaged men. Okay. That's interesting. That's still almost half of men who still believe that, and they don't even engage with the content. Oh, crap. Wait, let's watch this. What does it mean to be a real man?
I do feel like having the big muscles and the six-pack is not necessarily indicative of what a man is anymore.
They have this crazy lifestyle, you know, rented out Lamborghini.
Yeah, I mean, this is the hyper-masculine sort of Andrew Tate, high-value man stuff.
He's rented out Rolls Royces and Rolexes, and they try to sell you this big dream that, oh, you can get rich. I believe like kind of generating money and income should be a part of masculinity, but not.
Oh no, that's part of every adult.
To a point where it's toxic.
The biggest conversations I have is generally around fitness and what the standard should be. Guys feeling like they should look a certain way by a certain time. Just because maybe you can't do a handstand upside down while doing push-ups, that doesn't mean you're a failure in fitness. As long as you feel fit and healthy and comfortable in yourself, that's the main thing.
I mean, well, there's being objectively fit, then there's feeling comfortable in yourself. I mean, you know, that's conflating like physical fitness with mental health.
Masculinity.
I mean, you don't gotta be all up in it, you know what I mean? But, you know, not being obese and doing some exercise, you know.
Is being humble as well. It's helping people in need.
Okay, that's kind of a provider role. So he's already talked about providing twice. Part of masculinity is making money. Part of masculinity is being humble and helping those in need.
Masculinity is not a black and white construct anymore. It's fluid.
I like how they're just talking about all these different, like how masculinity can be different things and it's fluid, but what they're featuring in here is the same old, oh, making money and this and that. Okay, yeah, that's the young
way
kid.
I try and be a man is by being.
So that's like that young teenager versus this guy who's supposed to be like not in the toxic sauce, and he's still physically fit, but you know, he's saying things that are different, so that's interesting.
Being a kind person that does what I want to do.
I mean, well, what about women that are kind? Does that, I mean, that's just like, that I feel like that's something that has nothing to do with either masculinity or femininity.
Without harming others. I'm unapologetic.
Yeah, being a kind person that doesn't harm others, like, I think women can do that and still be feminine.
Apologetically myself, and I lift heavy weights and I listen to heavy metal, but I also paint my nails pretty colors and I like fashion.
I don't know. It's just like a mismatch of like generalities. Want to play some RL sometime? What is RL? What is RL? Is that? I probably heard of it before. I just can't put the name to the game. Let's see. Yeah. And great job with basketball and Paul Elam. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Have a great night, Michael, man. You enjoy your rest of your Saturday and your Sunday. Klaus says, it's funny, as a MGTOW, I don't even care anymore what kind of roles women are taking on nowadays. Yeah, it's like, why? Or, yeah. Oh, Rocket League. Rocket League. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'd be down. We should play one of these days. We can chat on Discord and play. I thought about doing like Wednesday night game streams, but I didn't want to bog down the YouTube channel with game streams, but I do that on like Twitch. I also need to do another stream. Mr. Pitt brought it to my attention, that Vice video about the Passport Bros. We need to do like a kick-only stream because I can't do it on YouTube. So that needs to happen. 87% said another stream on Wednesday is a good idea. Okay, that's 8 votes. Rocket League is fun, though. Jack Toohey is a creative and production manager from Teach Us Consent. Wow. Teach Us Consent, an organization focused on consent and sexuality education at schools. Okay. He said masculinity influencer content could be harmful because it limited how men express themselves. We are bombarded with all these things that are continuing to restrict what masculinity is, but really, when you can take a step outside that, you realize that we can show more emotions than just anger. We can be strong without being domineering. We can be kind and caring without being controlling. So it sounds like this guy stands to gain from this new initiative to push different content to the manosphere, and he's positioning, it's probably going to be some of his content that gets pushed out that way. Damn it, where's the part where... Here it is. Everyone is obsessed with the radical, misogynistic, homophobic tropes of the world. It is a red herring. There is so much that sits beneath this iceberg, and lots of it is innocuous. Lots of it seemingly an entry point into understanding dating, into understanding finance, into understanding working out, that is in line with men's values and is very useful. The problem is the algorithm, he said. He said, while we must demand more of young men, men aren't doing enough, we also need to regulate social media platforms as well as improve media literacy. This report should be a wake-up call as we need to start listening to young men, he said. Bring back the town hall. We want to discuss the beauty and the beast of what's happening for young guys. We're coming into these conversations with an air of alarmism. It immediately puts you on the back foot, believing that you have a desire to understand their lives from a non-judgmental, curious perspective. Here's the Movember. So this is from the report that they did in 3 countries. Here's a more detailed breakdown of the percentage of young men who regularly engage with masculinity influencers in comparison to young men who don't engage. So the blue is those who engage, and this other one is, what is that, a dark blue? Those who don't engage. Feel more optimistic about the future. So there's a 6% difference with people who watch Manosphere content. Okay, that's not that big of a difference. Feel more optimistic about their social future. The people who listen to Manosphere content feel more optimistic, where the people who don't feel less optimistic. That's kind of interesting. Feel worthless. There's like a 4% difference. To be honest, I don't think that's that big of a difference in those 2 groups there. Less likely to prioritize mental health. Okay, the Manosphere people are less likely to prioritize mental health. Worked out despite being injured. Okay, so 47% of Manosphere, like people who watch Manosphere stuff are more likely to keep working out even if they should be resting and nursing some kind of injury. Have taken steroids. Okay, that's a bigger gap. Believe men should solve problems on their own. So Manosphere, this is the take accountability. This is the pull yourself up. This is the nobody's coming to save you. Believe men should be providers. 81%. So more people, there's a bigger gap for the people who do watch Manosphere content, believe men should be providers. That's weird. That sounds like TradCon Manospherism right there. And that sounds like Alpha Simp stuff. Believe men should be bosses. Okay, that's your Andrew Tate stuff. Believe women have it easier. Okay, so that's a bigger jump. There's 20% difference. Believe women use feminism to keep men down. Okay, that's the gynocracy. Believe women should fulfill traditional roles as wives and mothers. Okay, so there's a bigger difference here. Believe women expect men to pay for everything on dates. Not as big as a gap as I would think. Even the people who aren't watching it, still over half of them believe women expect men to pay for dates. Believe women are only interested in men with money or status. I mean, still almost half the guys that aren't engaging believe that. But there is a bigger gap. Okay, yeah, so that was their findings. And basically they want to sit there and start making, they're worried about the men's mental health, and they got to start creating this other content, you know what I mean, to get ahead of this. So I don't know. I think we need to keep an eye on that, folks. We need to keep an eye on that. Colored nails and nose ring. Where have I seen that again? Shah and everyone, take a look at Days Gone on PC or PS4 or 5. Superb zombie slaughter on a motorbike. One of a kind in the zombie genre. That actually sounds kind of fun. Let me look that up right now. Days Gone. PC. Images. Oh, that does look kind of cool. I gotta be honest, I'm a little bad with the horror games, man. Unless I'm playing with people. Then it's tight. I've been into the retro stuff, man. I found a PlayStation 3 under my bed. There was a whole PS3 under my bed. And then I also got a PS2. So now I have them sitting there. And it's pretty cool because I can play these old school games. I'm thinking about doing an after show or a dedicated gaming stream where I have one nice camera on the TV, on the CRT TV, and then I have another camera on me. And we can play like retro games, basically. Like, I think people would maybe like that to some extent. So, I mean, it could be like a different kind of genre of gaming stream, right? Like, because everybody's doing their gaming stream from their computer, but it's like, how many people are gaming from a CRT television? There's probably plenty of folks doing that. I haven't seen them, though. So it could be like an interesting kind of after show. Maybe when we finish if I keep the stream to 3 hours on Saturday, do a Wednesday 2-hour stream, then we can have another 2-hour after show on Saturday, which is just that kind of fun. But we'll see what happens. I'm dreaming big right now. Dreaming about a big dowry here. So yeah, anyways, I think that's pretty much it for tonight. I'm just getting kind of tired. Let me hit this music, man. We got good music from Dan the Man today. Some country rock. We'll go ahead and play the nighttime version. There's 2 versions of it, which I love. Trevor says the problem with Australia is that they don't have a constructive framework in schools for young men to become economically viable. Mostly because our economic complexity and job prospects is so bad. Interesting. Man, it's good music right there. Klaus says, when injured, consult with the doctor. Most of the time, an adjusted training plan is better than resting. These implications are plain wrong. That makes sense. If you are not a master's or PhD or have a very solid social network, you basically are left with physical labor as being your job prospect. Damn, a master's or PhD. So bachelors ain't doing nothing for nobody. I mean, bachelors are worth less here too. Shah, PS3 can play music CDs too. Easy to plug into an amp. Yeah, that's right. I've been playing like DVDs on it and stuff, so that's pretty cool. I got Simpsons season 1 through 9 on DVD from eBay. So I've been having a blast. I also got Family Guy seasons 1 through like 6 or something. W stream, Shah, looking forward to the next one. Heck yeah, man. The only problem, guys, I got to tell you this now, is next week I'll probably be in LA. I mean, you know, there's always a chance it can get canceled, but if not, I'll be in LA. So I'll be gone Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I could possibly do a stream on Thursday. We'll see. But more than likely, there's no stream next week, which I know kind of sucks. Then the following week, we'll have a stream. And then after that, I'll be going to Vegas for a few days. And then I'll be in San Francisco that weekend. So that Saturday stream's still going to be... I'm missing 2 streams this month, but I'll try to move them to other days. And it's probably going to be a Wednesday and Thursday because I'm not really sure what else to do. So yeah, that's my situation for May. Yeah, I just want to tell y'all now. I'll put it in the Discord though, just so you guys are more aware. W Stream, W Shah, thank you, man. Appreciate you for always being here. Appreciate you, Shah. No worries, man. I appreciate y'all. We had a good week, man. I mean, It's Complicated made that video. We had a lot of people talking about it. I still got to watch Gone with John's reaction to it. I got to watch the Far From Eden reaction to that, so that's going to be interesting. I hope more people react to this video. I would love to see more people discussing the dowry. So that was a big blessing. It was a big blessing to have It's Complicated actually make a whole episode on that. That's probably more than we could have asked for. We got Paul Elam episodes there. That's what kind of really helped introduce it more widely. We got It's Complicated on there now. Maybe we can get some other folks discussing it, see what happens. The journey's not over. We're going to have to deal with some pretty tough customers along the way who are really into the gynocentric sauce, so to speak, and they're not going to like this. But somebody's got to do it. So far, it's, it'll be me for a bit. Let me just play one more song. Let's get this rap song going. Here we go. Oh, yeah. I think this was Dan the Man, and Mr. Pitt made the jazz version with that long solo. Have a nice evening, all. Take it easy, class, man. I appreciate you. W Stream. You can use your amp speakers you have there next to you for blasting sound from any game console. Oh, that's right. You know, I wanted to put a sound bar by my CRT, and then I realized that most sound bars aren't magnetically shielded, so it would ruin the TV. But that TV also has an audio out. So if I can potentially get long enough cables, I can hook them up to my speakers here. So that's an option. Man, this beat goes good right here. Oh. It's going to be a demanding couple of weeks for Shah, but I'm going to try to make the best of it. Oh. I'll hit the jazz song for y'all one time too. For those of y'all leaving, man, please dip out. Please get sleep. Don't feel like you got to wait for the music. I'm doing this for the folks, though, who want to listen to it later. Thanks, Shah. Night, y'all. Take it easy, man. Appreciate you. W, It's Complicated Channel. Oh, man. Man, AI music is so good. I can't believe it. I didn't believe, you know what I mean? I was like, nah. I'm so like, to be honest, I'm like very biased against AI. A lot of people tell me to use it, and I'm usually like, nah, I'm good. You know what I mean? I'll just do it myself or whatever. But some of this stuff is very interesting. Like some of these songs get stuck in my head like throughout the week. Like I'm actually like, man, I'm singing it to myself. So yeah, shout out to y'all.
Shah had a plan, oh grand and true, to bring back a custom just for you. A dowry's charm to rekindle the fire. In a world all right, legends, take it easy. Good stream tonight. I will catch y'all on the next one. I'll post in the Discord if there's any snafu to that.
I'm so glad we got the stream tonight. My internet, the internet in my whole neighborhood went out earlier today, and by like a miracle, they got it fixed. So this stream almost didn't happen, by the way. Good night, Shah. I'll be sure to message you about a meetup. No props. If you are busy, enjoy your trip. Otherwise, heck yeah, man. Yeah, just hit me up, dude. We'll get some gaming in for sure. So just let me know. I still got Rocket League. I also got some other games that I downloaded. But you know, if you got those too, maybe we can do that. We could even stream too. That'd be a fun stream. Screw it. If you're in here, then maybe people would like it. So be it, you know. All right, y'all. Have a fantastic rest.